And then
She's starting with
so I want as a participant that's joining to be what's on the screen. So like this is me right now. I'm not here yet. Like can I mirror it?
Yeah. Easier.
Yeah, I can.
Hallo. So, ich schreibe. Jetzt das quasi die Frühstücksphase. Die hast du doch auch extra geschrieben. Du hast jetzt so rausgeschrieben. Ja, das hast du mir mal.
Is there a way to move this bigger? Yeah, I just I thought I was on. Just- Yeah, wait on that. Oh, great. So now, and then once the participants join, they'll be here. No, they don't. It's just for me. And is there a way to like second like hide this from showing? Like if I want to like not monitor for like a second. Oh, this is touch.
The book is great. How are any initial reviews?
And it's bigger again. Tap it. And make it smaller.
I'm ready.
Thank you. Just want to make sure. Thank you so much. And longer than I can drive. Send this to. And then Is that all I need to do? Yeah. Zoom is still good.
Yeah.
So if I want to switch to just like, I don't think it was. To be able to see the slides. And then if I present this, this will still show up. Slightly bigger. It's okay. Doesn't matter. This will work. And I also think that when the Zoom participant is coming, they can share screen.
Diciamo un po' di fotografie. And then people tell him like, so there's two on something.
With slides. And because we're last time, so we would just slide into the room, and they would see it through space. And I would figure out. So when he wants to. I'm gonna. So. See if anyone. No, 'cause they would show up. Instead of me, it would be the other person.
Hi, Joe.
No IP? Again?
Sorry, I meant to Slack you. It's sorry that you had to walk. I know. Yeah, he literally just left.
You have to start this.
Yes.
Oh, you did?
This isn't the.
I will.
No, I had.
Yeah.
Oh, did you wish it was? Did I tell him? See it. They're on the drive, right? I unmuted so soon. Lump, can you hear me?
Yeta, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, we were just wanted to check if your link is functioning, so we're good.
All right,
Thank you, Palom.
thank you.
All right. Good morning. Let's I can't believe we're right on time. This is already a well-organized conference. So it's my pleasure to introduce you all this morning to Yeta Abazigashi, who's the organizer for today's conference. Really wouldn't have happened without her efforts and inspiration. I'm looking forward to today's conference on US-Kosovo relations and public diplomacy. I especially like the title with its orientation on the future. Sure, we have lots to look at in the 25 years behind us, but the lessons it can tell us about what lies ahead, that's really what brings us here today. I'm Joe Wierix. I'm the Public Diplomacy Fellow at the Institute for Public Diplomacy and Global Communications here at George Washington University. And so I'm mostly here to say welcome. Welcome on behalf of the Institute. Welcome on behalf of the School of Media and Public Affairs and the Elliott School for International Relations here at GW. And thank you. With that, I'm going to hand the mic over to our organizer, Dr. Yeta Abazigashi. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yeta Abazigashi, and I'm a Fulbright visitor at the Institute for Public Diplomacy and Global Communication. It has been 6 months since my arrival here, and I'm thrilled and happy to be organizing this conference together with Professor Babak Bahadur, which is the director of our institute. This conference is a joint effort with Institute for European, Russian, and Euro-Asian Studies at the Elliott School of International Affairs. So thank you so much for making this event possible in the City of Diplomats. Our conference has been carefully designed not only to bring together key experts in the field, but also to explore the past, the present, and the future of public diplomacy in the US-Kosovo's relations. Titled US-Kosovo's Relations and Public Diplomacy, Looking into the Future, this conference comes at a particularly significant and timely moment. Beyond the timing, the location is highly relevant, and we are gathered here at the George Washington University, a place where the next generation of this country's leaders is being shaped. Without further ado, I will introduce now the topic of our three panels and provide a brief biography of our three moderators. And then they, in turn, will introduce their panelists. So the first panel, US-Kosovo's Relation and Public Diplomacy, will be moderated by Professor Chandem Gashi. He is a former ambassador of Kosovo to France and a former foreign policy advisor to the President of Kosovo. Dr. Gashi holds a PhD from the University of Chicago, and he was awarded to the Commander of Legion of Honor of France. He is also visiting professor of mathematics at the University of Maryland, College Park, and an affiliate here at George W. The second panel, The Future of US-Kosovo's Relation and Public Diplomacy, will be moderated by Professor Henry Hale. He is a professor of political science and security in Eurasia. His work has earned 2 prizes from the American Political Science Association, has been funded by the National Science Foundation, and has been published in numerous peer-reviewed journals. In addition to extensive academic work, Professor Hale has published significant work related to the Balkans. He has recently published 2 articles on the topic Trump sympathy in the Balkans and foreign support does not mean sway for illiberal national regimes. Our third panel is titled Peace Building, Art, Media, and Politics. This panel will be moderated by Professor Babak Bahadur. Professor Bahadur's research focuses on media and communication in relation to politics and international relations, with a particular emphasis on peace and conflict. He is currently working on project related to automated hate speech detection and effective counter-speech methods. Professor Babak is an associate research professor at the School of Media and Public Affairs, where he teaches a course on media and peace building and directs the media and peace building project. Additionally, he directs the peace journalism news service called Peace News. His PhD from the London School of Economics explored CNN media ethics using Kosovo as a case study. I now open this conference and thank you very much for joining us.
Can you hear me? Is it okay? Yes. I can't. Can you hear me or no?
No.
Can you hear me now? Yes. All right. Thank you, Yet. Mr. Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's a pleasure to be here with you all. So the first panel will feature 3 panelists, 2 of them here, and 1 of them was going to join us online. I will introduce the panelists one by one, but only first I will introduce the first panelist, and then he will give his presentation for about 15-20 minutes. And then there will be a second panelist who will also speak for about 15-20 minutes, and the third one in the same way. And then you will be able to ask questions. So it would be, I think, useful if the panelists respect the time frame of 15-20 minutes at most, because we would like to have time for questions. The first panel will be on US-Kosovo relations and public diplomacy, and the first panelist will discuss historical, political aspects and public diplomacy. Now, I have the honor of introducing Dr. Eles Biberai, who is a former director of Voice of America's Eurasia division, responsible for VOA's multimedia programming targeting Russia, Ukraine, Armenia, Georgia, and the Balkans. During 1986-2004, he was the chief of VOA's Albanian service. From June 2020 to December 2020, Dr. Biberai served as an acting director of VOA. He retired from VOA in December 2023 after a 43-year career. He holds a PhD in political science from Columbia University and is the author of 4 books, including Albania in Transition, The Rocky Road to Democracy. Now that's the official bio. I would like to add on a personal note that anyone who is from the Balkans knows that Dr. Biberay is not just the voice of America face, but also the face of freedom for the people of the Western Balkans. So I'm very honored to introduce Dr. Biberay. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm absolutely honored to be here. Thank you very much for that introduction. Although you made me feel much more mature than I am, but that's besides the point. Well, good morning. It's really, again, an honor to be here and to talk about a subject which is very dear to my heart. Yeta has tasked me to give an overview of some to highlight the main points in U.S. Kosovo relations the last few decades. So the United States and Kosovo have had a unique, special relationship. As any bilateral, asymmetrical relationship, this one too has gone through different phases, experiencing significant transformations from periods of intensive interactions, convergence of interests, and a high level of cooperation and coordination of policies to a more complex relationship, which at times has been shaped by discord over some fundamental issues. The United States has been the driving force behind Kosovo's liberation, declaration of independence, and efforts to consolidate its statehood. Successive American administrations, both Republican and Democratic, have pursued a consistent policy on Kosovo. America's vision of Kosovo has been one of a stable, prosperous, and democratic society with strong independent institutions, good governance, respect for the rule of law and minority rights, and good relations with its neighbors. For decades, the US has been engaged in a sustained manner in helping Kosovo confront both its internal and external challenges, promoting its stability, democratization, and providing substantial diplomatic, political, economic, and military assistance. The US assumed a direct and leading role in securing Kosovo's international standing. American public diplomacy efforts on behalf of Kosovo were instrumental in securing recognition from more than 100 countries. The US also played a critical role in defending Kosovo's case at the International Court of Justice, which ruled that Kosovo's declaration of independence did not violate international law. Kosovo enjoyed widespread bipartisan support and was the focus of high level attention in Washington. Kosovo leaders and officials enjoyed unusual access to key American policymakers. In the last decade, the US has provided some $2 billion in assistance. And a contingent of American troops is part of KFOR, which provides for Kosovo's security. For its part, Kosovo has been a staunch American ally, a very important partner in the Balkans, and a supporter of US foreign policy actions. It has shared the US objectives of countering Russian and Chinese influence and destabilizing efforts in the region. At Washington's request, it has also accepted Afghan refugees. Kosovo is no doubt the most pro American country in Europe. Many Albanians have come to view the relationship as permanent and crucial to Kosovo's well being. Thanks in great part to America's support, Kosovo is a success story. It has made significant progress in consolidating its statehood. It has a functioning democratic order, a market economy, and constructive relationships with all its neighbors, with the exception of Serbia. Kosovo does not differ substantially from its neighbors in terms of governance, rule of law, independent institutions, protection of minorities, respect for human rights, press freedoms, and holding orderly elections, as we just saw with the February 9th elections. Despite this progress, Kosovo is in a transitional phase. Its biggest challenge, of course, is the threat from Serbia. 25 years after the end of the 1999 war, Belgrade continues to undermine Kosovo's sovereignty supporting parallel structures in the north, instigating violent incidents, and working against Kosovo's membership in international institutions. While the world has moved on, the Albanians and the Serbs remain hostage of their troubled past. They still view their relationship in terms of a zero-sum game. With competing visions of their relationship, the two parties have failed to take ownership and advance the reconciliation process. While Kosovo seeks recognition from Belgrade, Serbia strives for a de facto partition and thus far has rejected any outcome that would strengthen Kosovo's sovereignty. The US and the EU have worked closely to facilitate a dialogue between Pristina and Belgrade, addressing a series of issues, always with the hope that at the end of the process there would be reconciliation and that Serbia would recognize Kosovo. The EU facilitated talks resulted in the signing of a series of agreements in 2013, 2015, providing for the integration of police and judicial authorities in the north, which were under the control of Serbia, into Kosovo's system, reciprocity of license plates, and most controversial, the establishment of an association of Serbian municipalities. While some of the accords were implemented, the agreement calling for an association of Serbian municipalities became a major point of disagreement. Almost immediately, Belgrade and Pristina offered different interpretations of the agreement, with Belgrade insisting that the association must have executive powers, which is a red line for all major political forces in Kosovo. Many Albanians came to believe that the agreement was flawed and that the dialogue process was essentially an attempt to renegotiate Kosovo's independence. In their view, the US and the EU were compelling Pristina to make concessions while failing to apply sufficient pressure on President Aleksandar Vučić to recognize Kosovo. The establishment of the specialist chambers at The Hague was also a hugely polarizing issue. Albanians view the establishment of the special court as an attack on its sovereignty and as an attempt to equate Serbia's crimes with Albanian crimes. President Hashim Thaçi's indictment in June 2020, while he was on his way to the White House to meet with President Trump and President Vučić, was seen by both his supporters and opponents as a hugely humiliating event. Kosovo's government faced increasing challenges in balancing the priority of extending its authority in the north with the request to accommodate Serbian demands, some of which were clearly aimed at diminishing Kosovo's sovereignty. Pristina leaders were unable to propose a credible alternate option to the association agreement or to develop a coherent policy towards its Serbian minority. Meanwhile, they faced this uncomfortable situation where the US, its key ally, was engaging in a sort of a realignment of its policies and in their view was increasingly siding with Serbia. Many Albanians could not understand the lack of a display of sympathy for Pristina's position and how Western powers that had launched a military campaign that liberated Kosovo did not view Serbia through their prism. But the US and its European allies had never seen Serbia through Kosovo's prism, and their posture on Kosovo was part of a wider regional context. President Vučić has been rehabilitated. Only Albanians remember his connections with the Milosevic regime. And now he's viewed or was viewed as an important interlocutor on various issues. Despite emerging disagreements and moments of strain over the stalemate of talks with Serbia, Pristina worked closely with Washington. Senior leaders such as President Thaçi, Fatmir Sediu, Atifete Yahyaga, Prime Ministers Issa Mustafa, Ramush Haradinaj, and Abdullah Hoti sustained the image of strong ties, and in fact, cooperation continued to expand in all fields. Following the 2017 elections, President Thaci decided that he, rather than the prime minister, as was the practice until then, would lead the talks with Serbia. This became a highly personalized negotiating process with very little input from other local stakeholders. After a series of meetings with Vucic, in summer 2018, Thaci proposed what he termed as a border correction with Serbia. This plan fomented internal divisions and serious policy differences emerged between Thaci and Prime Minister Ramush Haradinaj, who denounced the president as the grave digger of Kosovo's independence. The dialogue came to a halt in December 2018 when Haradinaj imposed 100% tariffs on goods from Serbia. Serbia's strong, I'm sorry, Kosovo's strong and vibrant relationship with the US was severely tested with Prime Minister Albin Kurti's accession to power. Kurti scored an impressive victory in the elections held in 2021. He secured 58 seats out of 120 seats in the parliament. He had a stronger mandate than any other leader since independence to make tough decisions in advancing the reconciliation process with Serbia. But from the outset, Kurti made it clear that the dialogue was not at the top of his agenda. He reluctantly participated in talks with Serbia, but not much progress was achieved. In March 2023, Kurti and Vucic accepted a EU-mediated agreement known as the Ohrid Agreement, aimed at the full normalization of relations. The Ohrid Agreement provided a roadmap for the implementation of previous agreements, foresees a level of self-management for the Serb minority, and mutual recognition of state symbols. The agreement does not require Belgrade to recognize Kosovo, but it prevents Serbia from attempting to block Kosovo's membership in international organizations. While Vucic orally agreed to accept the agreement, he refused to sign it. Prime Minister Ana Brnabić subsequently sent a letter to Brussels stating that Serbia could not implement some parts of the agreement that implied that Belgrade had de facto recognized Kosovo. The EU insisted that the agreement was binding because both leaders had orally accepted it and urged that it be implemented. Kurti expressed a willingness to sign the agreement, but he insisted that Kosovo would not proceed with the implementation unless Vucic also signed the agreement and withdrew Brnabic's letter. Meanwhile, the situation in the north worsened with a series of violent incidents. Serb members of the parliament, mayors, judges, prosecutors, and police officers resigned. Kurti responded by taking actions to integrate the North in the country's legal and administrative system. He dismantled parallel institutions, closed down Serbian banks, mandated the use of euro as the official currency, and increased the presence of special security forces. Kurti used nationalistic rhetoric and wielded a narrative that justified his measures as having enhanced Kosovo's sovereignty. His actions were popular, both with his supporters and were welcomed by the population at large, but they dealt a strategic setback to Kosovo. Despite the repeated requests from American and EU officials to coordinate such controversial actions in the North, Kurti failed to show deference to the US, and in this way, he seriously undermined relations with Kosovo's most important strategic ally. Both the US and the EU imposed punitive measures on Kosovo. Although Vucic was mainly responsible for the breakdown after the Ohrid Agreement, he in fact emerged as the good guy from this process and Kurti as the bad guy. Ironically, Kurti's team in office coincided with that of Joe Biden. The president was intimately familiar with Albanian Serbian issues, and as senator and vice president was one of Kosovo's strongest supporters. Senior members of his administration had played significant roles during the 1999 war and were considered friends of Kosovo. Instead of taking advantage of these personal relationships and access to most senior policymakers, Kurti managed to alienate some of Kosovo's greatest American supporters. Kurti did not make serious efforts to sustain Kosovo's most important relationship. He dismissed the punitive measures imposed on his country and maintained the illusion that the relationship with the US was in fact intact. He also failed to engage in public diplomacy efforts to explain his government's position or to offer a credible alternative option that might have been acceptable to Washington. While public diplomacy efforts by themselves could not shape policy outcomes favorable to Pristina, they could have contributed to relationship building and a better understanding of the factors that underpinned Kosovo's policies. This approach, in fact, contrasted with the approach pursued in the past by Kosovo's leaders. You may recall that in the 1990s, Ibrahim Rugova engaged in extensive public outreach, explaining Kosovo's positions and making efforts to garner support and strengthen ties. He succeeded in building valuable relationships and affinity for Kosovo's position at a very difficult period. He also engaged the small but influential Albanian American community, which played a major role in raising public awareness and enlisting American support. The community used various tactics and media outreach to key policy officials at the White House, the National Security Council, and the State Department. Community activists also secured significant support in the Congress. Powerful legislators such as Tom Lantos, Senator Dennis DeConcini, Senator Bob Dole, Senator Joe Biden, and Representative Elliot Engel. After liberation, Kosovo and the other Albanian leaders continued to make creative use of public outreach to the American policy and media arena. Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine in 2022 caused a realignment of US foreign policy objectives in the Balkans. The Biden administration focused on engaging Serbia in the context of Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Although Serbia under President Vucic had consistently undermined the negotiation process with Kosovo, US attitudes towards Serbia shifted in ways that undermined Kosovo's position. Moderating Serbia's aggressive stance towards Kosovo now took second place to efforts to convince Belgrade to change its pro-Russia stance. There was a widespread recognition that Kurti had mismanaged relations with the US and perhaps squandered the best opportunity that he had during his stint as prime minister to significantly advance his country's interests. While his actions damaged Kosovo's special relationship with the US, they do not appear to have measurably improved Kosovo's position. Pristina's authority in the north remains tenuous, and the integration of Serbs may have become even more difficult. Today, the US-Kosovo relationship is at an inflection point. The new Trump administration and the recent elections in Kosovo present both challenges and opportunities to get the US-Kosovo relationship back on track. Kosovo faces a new geopolitical situation which is not necessarily in its favor. President Trump's second term has ushered in deep policy shifts. The emerging thaw in US-Russia relations, the coercive diplomacy being applied against Ukraine to make concessions to Moscow, and other shifts in US strategy signal a departure from Washington's previous agenda for promoting democracy, fighting Russia's influence in the Balkans, and challenging growing authoritarianism in the region. The Trump administration has yet to formulate a clear strategy towards the Balkans, and it remains to be seen if Kosovo will be the focus of the administration's attention. President Trump's message on the occasion of Kosovo's Independence Day was reassuring. The president expressed full support for Kosovo and said The US is looking forward to building a more productive relationship with the Kosovo government in the coming year. But Kosovo remains most vulnerable to the shift in US policy and the new geopolitical landscape. Serbia might feel emboldened by Trump's return to the White House. In a speech at a rally in Sremska Mitrovica on the occasion of Serbia's Statehood Day, several days ago on February 15, to be exact, Vucic struck an aggressive tone. He declared that Kosovo was part of our territory. He declared that Serbia will protect Kosovo. And he claimed that the 3-month nationwide student protests were instigated by foreigners because he had refused to capitulate, quote unquote, on the Kosovo issue. He specifically denounced USAID and the National Endowment for Democracy for allegedly sponsoring a color revolution aimed at ousting him from power. Vucic could attempt to use the Kosovo issue to deflect attention from growing domestic problems through provocative incidents in the north and by demanding a Dayton-like arrangement. Kosovo unfortunately lacks the capacity to provide for its own security, and I don't think it can, and it can no longer take for granted that K4 would protect its sovereignty and territorial integrity. The just concluded elections in Kosovo, however, offer an opportunity. The new situation mandates a mature leadership that is able to take concrete and sustained actions to restore its tarnished relations with the US and seek Washington's help in reaching an accommodation with Serbia that does not diminish Kosovo's sovereignty. This necessitates the quick formation of a new government. Regardless of who forms the next government, Kurdi or the opposition forces, Kosovo will also need a cross-party agreement to develop a coherent policy, as well as pragmatic, heavyweight senior officials with the necessary skills to navigate complex situations. In the past, lack of a consensus on fundamental issues damaged Kosovo's standing and created ill will among its strongest foreign supporters. Given the uncertainties associated with the current strategic shifts and the fact that Kosovo is now operating from a weaker position, the country's main political forces will need to put aside their narrow political interests, develop a unified position on critical issues, and map out a clear way ahead. The appointment of the EU's new special representative for Kosovo and Serbia dialogue offered the prospect for a fresh start. But a deal between Kosovo and Serbia that would lead to mutual recognition is unlikely in the absence of an intensive American diplomatic engagement. The US has made huge investments in Kosovo. Washington has the leverage, the credibility, and the ability to help Kosovo shape its future. And I strongly believe that a sovereign, stable, prosperous, democratic Kosovo is in the US national interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Biberay. Now the second panelist is Ms. Drilona Amrulahu, who is an economist with the Financial Inclusion, Infrastructure and Access Unit in the Finance Competitiveness and Innovation Global Practice at the World Bank Group. Her work focuses in the areas of financial inclusion, digital financial services, and international remittances. Prior to joining the World Bank, Ms. Amrulahu held various roles in the financial sector at the IMF and the International Finance Corporation. She has also collaborated with faculty at the Duke Center for International Development to develop curriculum and deliver executive education programs in international development. Vilona is currently a PhD candidate in economics at the Université Catholique de Louvain. She holds a master's degree in international development policy from Duke University and a bachelor's degree in international business from Richmond, the American International University in London. And Ms. Murlaho will be talking about economic and regional cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chindrim, for the introduction. I want to first start with a couple of things. First one is that I'm here at a personal capacity, so my analysis and views expressed here do not represent those of the World Bank Group, the International Monetary Fund, their executive directors, or the countries that they represent. Second, I would really like to thank Yeta here for her leadership in organizing this conference. I think this is a very timely discussion to have, considering the recent events that are happening in Kosovo and the Balkans region, and surely having a new administration here in the US. This also really speaks highly of Yeta's abilities as a scholar, who is forward-looking, but at the same time comprehensive in her approach, because we are trying to tackle a subject from various different angles: the political nature, the economics, media, culture, and peace building. And I think this is not an easy task. And so I'm just very happy to be part of this conversation. So thank you so much, Yeta, for having me. So now I want to begin by giving a little bit more context as to the progress that Kosovo and the Western Balkans region have made in terms of their path towards higher growth and development. I want to discuss a little bit about the structural barriers that Kosovo in particular faces and where opportunities lie, and especially the important role that the US can play in this process. So I want to begin by highlighting that Kosovo's growth, Kosovo's economic growth has accelerated post-COVID. It was able to experience a strong rebound of 10.1% growth in 2021, and it has since averaged at about 4%. What this really shows is that Kosovo's economy has been resilient despite the global and regional economic shocks that we have been facing, such as the rising commodity prices, COVID-19 pandemic, and also Russia's invasion to Ukraine. The bad news is that in the long term, for as long as I can remember, Kosovo's growth model has been sustainable and the unsustainable, sorry. And the reason for that is that it relies mainly on consumption and private investment in construction, which is financed mainly by the diaspora community. There is a little bit of good, encouraging news in terms of exports. We see a rise of ICT exports and business services in the recent years, and that goes to show a lot about Kosovo's potential in this space. But certainly, it hasn't made a significant effect in terms of its contribution to growth. Now, Kosovo, as you probably all know, depends a lot on the remittances. It is one of the highest remittance recipients in the region per share of GDP. Now, while these sources of income have been critical for households in terms of maintaining their spending, especially during economic downturns, it is very much subject to a lot of fluctuation because it depends on the developments of the host countries where a lot of the diaspora community resides. And this is really, this is the European Union countries, Switzerland, and the US. And so question is, and again, there are a lot of benefits for having such high inflow of remittances. You have positive macroeconomic effects because it is an important external source of financing. It helps to reduce poverty. But then again, question is, can Kosovo keep relying on these flows forever? And we understand that the regional outlook does not look very good. We have subdued growth in Europe. We have an ongoing war with Ukraine, persistent inflation. All of this really affects the channel of remittances. And let's not forget that in the long term, can these family ties, right, continue to be as strong as they were? right? With time, we see kind of families moving apart. And so can we continue to rely on this support forever? Now, when it comes to foreign direct investment, we see a lot of them oriented toward real estate. That is, again, financed by the diaspora community. This is a sector that is a non-tradable sector, and certainly it has many risks because, first of all, investment in a non-tradable sector does not contribute to productivity growth, technological innovation, or skills development. It is or can be used as a mechanism for illicit financial flows, including money laundering, and it can rise property prices. And this is what's really happening in Kosovo right now. Property prices have skyrocketed, and it has become very difficult for the local populations to afford a house. So can this be sustained in the long term? That is an important question. Now, again, this is a question for the policymakers as well, as to can these flows be directed towards more productive investment? Can it go to supporting the SME sector or the export-focused companies? Certainly, it is the task of the policymakers, the private sector, but also financial institutions in coming up with creative ideas for channeling these flows into mechanisms, perhaps capital investment funds, or the sorts of these kind of funds that could help, right, in supporting the private sector and increasing the role of the private sector in the economy. Now, when it comes to trade openness, we see countries of the Western Balkans, including Kosovo, having a low trade openness compared to their regional aspirational peers, such as Slovenia, Croatia, Estonia, Lithuania, and so forth. Now, what we define as trade openness is the sum of imports and exports as a share of GDP. And sort of we see, while there's been progress, certainly, and we have to highlight that, they are trailing behind these regional peers. And a lot of numerous studies and experiences from other countries do show that higher trade openness reflect in higher growth, higher standards of living. And that's what I really try to show in this chart is there is a positive correlation between trade openness and higher GDP per capita. And clearly the countries of the Western Balkans are behind. And there's a slow pace of convergence with the rest of the EU countries. And what has kept them behind, there are a lot of factors. And one of them is certainly low labor productivity, lack of complexity of products that they're exporting. You see a poor business enabling environment, a poor rule of law, right? Poor governance. And SMEs have particular challenges because they face, informality. They have limited opportunities in terms of accessing finance, and all of this makes it really very difficult for these countries to converge fast and increase their openness. And I believe this should be the future for Kosovo and the Western Balkans. And the way can be done is by focusing on the private sector and by increasing its role in the economy. Now, what's really exciting about Kosovo's exports in particular is that we see in the recent years a rise in the exports of ICT services and business services, while in the grand scheme of things, right, they represent only about 10% of the total exports of Kosovo. But what's interesting is that you see a fast pace, right? You see fast growth, especially in the recent years. And this is very interesting and promising because it does show that Kosovo has potential in integrating in the EU and beyond. Why is that? Is because we have a strong community of young people who are creative, who have very good language skills, and who happen to be very interested in embracing the digital transformation, right? This digital revolution that is happening everywhere in the world. And so in the recent years, these exports, what we see in the chart on the right-hand side is that it has increased significantly, and it's really, the exports are going to the EU, mainly Germany. We see Switzerland as one of the recipients, and the US. So again, this is a thriving sector. Just in 2023, there were about 4,000 active companies operating in the space. They employ about 18,000 people, and they provide good paying jobs, which I think could be a very important incentive for the young people to stay in Kosovo and contribute. Right. So this is also a space for, I think, the US to be involved. We have to embrace this digital revolution that is happening all over. Companies in the US are doubling down on investments in artificial intelligence and other areas. And so can we contribute? Can we be part of that journey? I think we can. I think policymakers need to be proactive and open-minded and understand that this is the future. Now, while certainly there is exciting and positive news, we have to be mindful of the fact that Kosovo does face important and serious structural barriers that it needs to address. One of them is energy infrastructure. We have an existing infrastructure that is old and outdated. It relies mainly on coal, right? And this is very problematic because, you know, it contributes to pollution and health problems and things like that. And so this is also a big deterrent for the private sector to invest and operate, because you see these disruptions, power outages that are happening. That is a problem for the private sector. That is also a problem for the delivery of the public services. Now, another barrier which is critical, again, for the national security of the country, I think, is water security. And we have to highlight here that Kosovo is water scarce, right? That is a fact that we are dealing with. It has limited sources of water. It has limited storage, right? It has an outdated water supply system. And so this can have various serious implications in terms of Kosovo's economy, but also social cohesion as well. And so this is something that an area where policymakers need to be focused on, together with the US and other partners in the region, in terms of addressing it. And right, so this is critical. Now, when it comes to human capital, while we have a great advantage here because we have a lot of young people that have great language skills and creative and so forth, and that's been showcased in many different case studies. What's also very important to note down is the fact that the need indicator, the rate of young people not in education, employment, or training is 30%. Right. So this is a portion of young people that are absolutely passive. They're not doing anything. And so this is high, right, for the region and beyond. And it's something that needs to be addressed. Women's labor force participation rate is 20%. That is certainly, you know, a big gap. We are not able to utilize these human resources that are available in the country, youth and women. And policymakers, again, need to think of policies that can engage these groups of population that are behind, can engage them in active way, not by incentivizing them to stay at home, but really by giving them opportunities for work. Now, when it comes to the education system itself, it still has many weaknesses. It doesn't align well with the needs of the labor market. The performance of Kosovo in the PISA test results showed that we certainly have a long way to go. You were ranked at the bottom, so that just goes to show how much work needs to be done in this respect. Now, when it comes to connectivity and digital transformation, we ought to think about ways to not only advance our infrastructure within the country, right? Roads, water supply, energy, rail network, but we also need to think about ways to connect with the other countries in the region. As we all like to talk a lot about the regional integration, right? Kosovo is very small, so for a big investor to want to come in and invest, right? He's looking at the entire region. He's not looking just in Kosovo. So what are you offering as a region, and what can be done to really facilitate the entry of these companies in this space? And certainly there's a lot going on. There's been a lot of progress in terms of improving cross-border linkages, reducing the time spent at the border, right? There's been a lot of investment in kind of digitizing the processes in the customs. So when goods move from one country to another, that's easier and it takes shorter time and things like that. But there's a lot more that can be done to connect these countries in this space. And one of the areas that again shows a lot of promise is digital transformation. And I say that because I don't think we talk a lot about it, or at least we don't highlight it as much, as the fact that Kosovo has the highest internet penetration in the region. So basically almost everybody has access to internet. And I think that's a very good opportunity to be able to capitalize that onto many other things. One of them is digitizing public services, right? We have case studies from the region that we can learn from. If I am able to access internet everywhere I go, I should be able to access public services online. I should be able to open an account online, right? I should be able to make payments online. And these are areas where there's certainly opportunities for the government to get involved, but also the private sector and foreign investors. I mean, when it comes to financial inclusion, there is 60% of people in Kosovo that have an account. And to me, that's just, that's bad news. And that's just because, you know, it is a small country. Proximity to cities is not that, right? Cities are close to one another. It's not that hard to go and open an account to a branch or things like that. But why are we not capitalizing on the internet? Why are we not moving towards cashless transactions, electronic payments, right? All of these things that could reduce informality and could encourage the overall digital transformation of Kosovo. Now, apart from the internal barriers that the country faces, again, we are very much integrated with the EU. And so anything that happens in the external environment does affect us, either through the channel of remittances, either through exports and other things. And so we have to be mindful of the fact that Kosovo and the Balkans do face a very complex external environment right now. Europe's economy is recovering, but uncertainties remain in terms of inflation, geopolitical conflicts, and trade tensions. There's been considerable decline in industrial production, and that's due to many reasons. One of them is rising energy costs, monetary policy tightening, and supply chain disruptions. This affects the exports of Kosovo. This affects the remittances and other channels where we are integrated and connect with the EU. Now, back to the role of the US and looking into the future. A letter was sent by President Trump in the recent days to our president of Kosovo, where Trump congratulates us for the Independence Day. But there's also a few words that I think are important to highlight, which could indicate the administration's approach for the region. And one of them is strategic. He mentioned strategic investments, US strategic investments. He does talk about business enabling environment to be fair and stable. He does talk about democratic institutions, strong democratic institutions. And so it just goes to show really that, not entirely, but it gives you a sense as to what the US is interested in, right? And so that's one. And then second is, as you all can remember, in 2020, then former Prime Minister of Kosovo, Abdullah Hoti, and President Vucic did sign a Washington Agreement. Those were two documents that were signed separately. And I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of talking about all of these measures because some of them did relate to economic cooperation between Serbia and Kosovo. Some of them were of the political nature, and a few of them had to do a lot more with geopolitical interests of the US, not so much related directly with Kosovo and Serbia. Now, obviously, looking back now, it's 2025. What has been accomplished since then? Not much, I think. To begin with, in terms of the regional economic cooperation between the two countries, we were supposed to build a highway between Belgrade and Pristina. We were supposed to build a railway network between Belgrade and Pristina. I don't think that happened. The Development Finance Corporation organization of the US has established its presence in Belgrade and has provided loans to Kosovo and Serbia on SMEs and things of the sort. So there's been some movement there, but not much. And obviously other things relate to recognition of diplomas and certificates, which again, there hasn't nothing on that regard has happened. And so what happens next? My question is, will parts of this agreement be revived, right, in the next discussions between Kosovo and Serbia, mediated potentially by the US, if the US has an interest? Again, will some of this be revived or not? That is a question that remains to be seen. Again, I strongly believe personally that the region can benefit a lot from these private sector investments that can connect the countries with one another, regardless of the political negotiations, which I think they have overshadowed a lot. The business case of Kosovo, I think we have to work in parallel on the political dimension, but also on the private sector investment dimension to be able to connect these countries better with one another. Now, what happened to USAID? This is still a question. USAID has been dismantled. From what we know, USAID foreign assistance is on freeze. This means a lot to Kosovo. Kosovo has been a significant recipient of USAID. Figures go up to $2 billion in total. The US has been a strong supporter of Kosovo's path towards development and implementation of reforms. And we do want to see this kind of support continue, not only for Kosovo, but particularly for the region. I think it's critical, considering that we have other actors in the space, such as China and Russia, who have made their way in different channels and are, putting pressure and are influencing the region. And so I think there's still space, and it is very important for the US to continue its presence there through foreign aid in particular, and strategic investments. As you can see, Kosovo and Bosnia do appear to be sort of one of the largest receivers of foreign aid in the region. Most of it has gone to, and especially in the recent years, has gone to energy sector for Kosovo. private sector competitiveness, rule of law, good governance. These are very important areas of work that should continue. We have benefited extremely from them. And so that is something that we will see in the coming days or months, what will happen, whether some of these programs will resume in the near future. And if not, who else will come in and take the space, right? Fill in this gap. Could it be the European Union? Could it be other actors involved? That is something that we have to see. This is pretty much what I had in mind. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ilona. There you go. So thank you very much, and I apologize. I think we're running a little bit late on our agenda, and so I will not ask Pulum to be brief. However, he will have that in mind. Our next speaker is Dr. Pulum Kelmendi, who is an associate professor of political science at Auburn University. Before joining Auburn, he was a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Michigan's Weiser Center for Emerging Democracies and a predoctoral fellow at Harvard University's Weatherhead Center for International Affairs. Dr. Kelmendi's research focuses on international security, conflict resolution, and democratization in the Balkans. His work has been published in the Journal of Conflict Resolution, Security Studies, and Nationalities Papers, among others. He has received research awards from the United States Institute of Peace and Smith Richardson Foundation and the Open Society Foundations, as well as Brown University's Watson Institute for International Public Affairs. Dr. Kelmendi currently serves as president of the Society for Albanian Studies here in the US. He holds a PhD in political science from Brown University, an MPhil in development studies from the University of Cambridge, and a BA in political science from the University of Chicago. Pulum, the floor is yours. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very, okay, so there you go.
All right. Thank you so much, Andrim. I'm delighted to be a part of this panel and conference, even though, unfortunately, I have to join remotely. My family and I have been dealing with a tough flu season, so I'm grateful for everyone's understanding. I also want to thank Yeta and the entire GWU team for being accommodating, and of course, also for organizing this event. Now, of course, speaking last always comes with the risk of having nothing new to add, and I'm afraid that that might be the case for me today. Dr. Bibera and Rilona have covered most of the things that I prepared to say, honestly, but let this presentation perhaps serve as a summary and reiteration of some of the things that have already been said. A couple of years ago, I wrote a book chapter on US-Kosovo relations with Rilon Goshi, and while conducting a literature review for it, I noticed something rather surprising. While there's a lot of scholarly work on various aspects of US policy towards Kosovo, such as, for example, studies on the 1999 NATO intervention or the role in the US recognitions for Kosovo's independence, there are scarcely any works that provide a more holistic analysis of the overall trajectory of US-Kosovo relations since the 1990s and the drivers of this relationship. This gap in the literature is startling because, as has already been made evident, the US-Kosovo relationship is, in my opinion, very multifaceted, interesting, unusual, special, and at least for Kosovo and the Balkans, uniquely consequential as well. So let me just reiterate a couple of things that make this relationship unique and special, and that, honestly, Dr. Bibera already mentioned. Over the past few decades, the US has been Kosovo's most decisive supporter. It's simply difficult to even think of where Kosovo would be today, let alone to imagine it as an independent democratic country without US involvement and support. The US led NATO's intervention to stop ethnic cleansing in Kosovo. It supported its independence in 2008, and it has played a crucial role in consolidating its sovereignty in the international stage. US foreign assistance to Kosovo, as Drilona mentioned, is one of the largest in per capita terms for the Balkans, and the US is also one of the largest and certainly the most important contributor to the NATO-led Kosovo force, KFOR. The US also wields enormous influence on Kosovo's domestic politics as well as its foreign policy. Kosovo, for its part, has been eager to coordinate its foreign domestic policy with the US traditionally, in addition to serving as what I think is Nevertheless, a successful story in US democracy promotion and multi-ethnic state building. Among others, Kosovo has adopted a very cautious approach towards states that are viewed as anti-American. It has responded to the US request to send peacekeeping troops to Kuwait. It has sheltered Afghan refugees until they could be relocated to the US. It has strongly aligned itself with the US-EU position in Ukraine, and its diplomacy has continually emphasized its liberal democratic orientation. And public opinion polls, as you know, show that Kosovo's population is one of the most pro-American in the world. This special relationship, I think, raises a couple of interesting academic questions. What explains this tremendous American support for Kosovo? How and why did this relationship between these two countries evolve in such a close and consistent manner, even as US administrations have changed? My central argument here today is that if we want to understand the evolution of US-Kosovo relations, their greatest successes, but also some of the recent frictions, the best lens is to view this relationship as part of the broader forces and the logic underpinning the US liberal international order. The US liberal order, at the risk of telling this to an audience in Washington, D.C., can be understood as a system of international governments and norms built on several pillars. First, it rests on US power and leadership, which in turn is embedded in multilateral institutions such as the UN, NATO, WTO, IMF, etc. Another pillar of this order is a collective security system centered in particular to democratic countries in Europe and North America, which is in turn embodied in collective security alliances such as NATO, along supranational organizations like the EU. A third pillar of this order includes democracy and human rights, an emphasis on and promotion of liberal values, individual freedoms, human rights, and democratization. Open markets and a global capitalist economy, as manifested in institutions like the IMF, the World Bank, etc., constitute another key component of this order. And last but not least, the order is premised on the acceptance of basic norms of sovereignty and the discouragement of territorial aggression, which is meant to ensure greater stability and drastically reduce the likelihood of interstate war, especially in Europe. US policy on Kosovo and the US-Kosovo relationship has developed within this overarching framework of the liberal international order. Of course, saying this is not to overlook more specific factors such as specific security concern, electoral interests, clash of ideas, diaspora lobbying, Kosovo's own diplomatic efforts, the effect of the media, the outside role of certain personalities in US foreign policy, etc., all of which have influenced US policy towards Kosovo at various stages. Rather, what I'm arguing is that these more proximate drivers have come together in ways that were shaped by and are reflective of the broader liberal order that gave the United States a unique willingness and capacity to intervene in a faraway humanitarian crisis, to engage in extensive liberal state-building efforts, to expand democracy, and to support Kosovo's Euro-Atlantic integration. In what follows, I will trace the main phases of US-Kosovo relations from the late 1990s to the present, showing how each pivot point in this relationship both exemplifies the promise of the liberal order, but also reveals some of its limits and challenges. In the end, I will also conclude by arguing that the future of US-Kosovo relations will hinge largely on how the liberal international order itself evolves in the face of new challenges to this order, including the rise of populism, great power competition with Russia and China, internal debates within the EU, and shifts in US foreign policy priorities itself. So let's begin first with the US decision to intervene militarily in Kosovo in 1999. What were the main factors that shaped the intervention? The international relations literature points to several factors that played a key role, and most of them, I believe, underscore one or the other of the above-mentioned features of the US-led international liberal order. The first was the recognition that Kosovo crisis threatened European security and stability. Intervention was motivated in part by the fear that the conflict could spill over onto North Macedonia and Albania and potentially beyond. The second was the humanitarian imperative, another feature of the liberal order. Having witnessed the atrocities in Bosnia, the Clinton administration concluded that allowing another large-scale humanitarian disaster would be morally unconscionable as well as strategically damaging. One of the key lessons from Bosnia was that ethnic civil wars, particularly in the Balkans, presented a threat to US reputation and leadership. Moreover, NATO's credibility and its continuation as a viable and relevant security institution that provides European stability and preserves America's position in Europe was also at stake. As my friend Andrew Radin has noted, President Bill Clinton explicitly stated that non-intervention would undermine US leadership and delegitimize NATO, stating, quote, Imagine what would happen if we and our allies instead decided just to look the other way as these people were massacred on NATO's doorstep. That would discredit NATO, the cornerstone on which our security has rested for 50 years. Of course, other factors played a role in the decision to intervene, such as assumptions about the merits of coercive diplomacy, public support for intervention, the so-called CNN effect, as well as mobilization by the Albanian American community in the US. But as I already mentioned, these more proximate factors came together in ways that were shaped by and reflective of the broader logic of the liberal order and the US position in it. The NATO intervention in Kosovo also showed, however, and this is a constant theme throughout, the limits of the US liberal order. The NATO air campaign proceeded without a formal UN Security Council mandate due to Russian and Chinese opposition, although it did receive broad support within NATO. The NATO intervention also showed some of the inherent contradictions between competing norms, human rights and protection from genocide on the one hand and respect for sovereignty on the other. These contradictions drew criticism from the US and have since been addressed in principle, but not in practice by R2P. Still, for the US, NATO intervention was a prime example of liberal internationalist principles in practice. In a recent interview in the Rest of Politics podcast, James Rubin characterized NATO intervention in Kosovo as, quote, the last war in which we absolutely won. We achieved our objectives. Next, I want to investigate the shift in US stance in Kosovo's independence between 1999 and 2008. In the early years after NATO intervention, the United States was initially opposed to Kosovo's independence. However, this stance changed within a couple of years, especially with the second Bush administration. What factors shaped the US decision to push for Kosovo's independence? The text of the recognition statement by President Bush, I think, is very telling. It emphasizes, in particular, Kosovo's successful development of statehood capacities, including the establishment of democratic institutions and its willingness to assume the responsibilities stemming from the Ahtisaari proposal, in particular, its embrace of multi-ethnicity and human rights. More broadly, there was a sense that the status quo was untenable, that Kosovo's population was growing impatient, and that supervised independence was the only real option that would achieve regional peace and security. Frank Wisner, who served as a special representative of the Secretary of State to the Kosovo final status talks, claimed that supporting independence was a matter of both principle and national interest for the US. He noted that Kosovars had earned the privilege to govern themselves because they had suffered under Serbia and worked to establish democratic institutions under UNMIK. With Kosovo's independence, Wisner added, Europe would finally have a, quote, defined map for the Balkans, enabling the EU to begin the work of integrating the region within the EU. Wisner also stated that the US relationship with Serbia could improve once Serbia got used to the idea of independent Kosovo, which unfortunately had not happened. And also that Russia would understand that the US and Europe could, quote, stand shoulder to shoulder to resist its pressure and ensure the continent's freedom and progress. Support for Kosovo's independence, therefore, also reflected the logic of the liberal order and its emphasis on promoting European stability and security, in promoting democratization, and in promoting European integration. Integrating the Western Balkans into Euro-Atlantic structures required settling the Kosovo question, and the US has believed that independence was the only feasible long-term solution. Yet supporting Kosovo's independence also revealed again the order's limit. Serbia refused to acquiesce, Russia continued to obstruct, and unfortunately, the West was unable to secure universal consensus even within the EU, let alone in the UN. On the issue of Russia and the UN Security Council, Frank Wisner would note, quote, from late spring through midsummer of 2007, the Security Council wrestled with the Ahtisaari proposal and Kosovo's future. 5 Security Council draft resolutions were considered, not one found favor with Russia. The Russians made it clear that they would veto any resolution that did not enjoy Serbia's agreement. Yet Serbia's politics dictated that Belgrade could not affirmatively accept any such proposal. With no possible solution with the Security Council, the Europeans and the United States had to look elsewhere. The status quo was not sustainable, end of quote. Once Kosovo declared independence, American diplomacy played a major role in helping consolidate Kosovo's sovereignty and in promoting Kosovo's international recognition. Washington coordinated with European partners to secure recognition worldwide. Over 100 states recognized Kosovo within a few years, though many others still remain resistant, especially Russia's allies. In parallel, the US has helped Kosovo join the IMF, the World Bank, and it also backed Kosovo's unsuccessful bids to join organizations such as UNESCO and Interpol. Meanwhile, also U.S. development and security assistance continue to pour into Kosovo with the idea that the democratic state of Kosovo could eventually integrate into NATO and the European Union, key pillars of the liberal international order. However, unfortunately, the tempo of Kosovo's recognition soon plateaued with no further movement for Kosovo's recognition by Serbia, Russia, or acceptance by the UN. One notable illustration of the limits of the international liberal order in this context, especially within Europe itself, is that 5 EU member states and 4 NATO member states have refused to recognize Kosovo's independence, despite the broader alignment of Euro-Atlantic institutions behind Kosovo's sovereignty. One of these countries, for example, is Spain, where ironically, I checked yesterday, defense expenditures as a share of GDP is among the lowest among all NATO members, even lower than Luxembourg. This stance from Spain and other non-recognizers has weakened both EU and NATO unity on Kosovo and has reduced EU and NATO collective leverage in pushing Serbia to recognize Kosovo or to normalize relations with it. In so doing, Spain and the other 4 countries, in my opinion, some of the less ardent members of NATO, have undermined key elements of US and other important NATO members' policy aimed at consolidating Kosovo's independence and advancing the Western Balkans integration into Euro-Atlantic structures, which leads me to the EU-facilitated dialogue and the evolving US role in Kosovo. Sorry, with the flu, it's even harder than usual. One defining feature of US-Kosovo relations after 2008 has been the US support for the EU-facilitated Brussels dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia, which was launched in 2011. The US has consistently supported the dialogue's aims, namely to achieve a comprehensive normalization that would eventually allow both Kosovo and Serbia to integrate into the EU. Under the Obama administration, the US took a somewhat lower profile approach towards Kosovo, allowing the EU to lead the talks. This reflected a belief that the EU, with its accession leverage, is best positioned to mediate the Kosovo-Serbia dispute, but this approach was also a result of continued deprioritization of US involvement in the Balkans. Under the Trump administration, particularly towards the end, the US directed role in the Kosovo-Serbia negotiation became more pronounced, with the US for the first time decoupling its efforts from the EU process. While this created friction between the US and EU, largely stalling the EU process, is also led to separate agreements on economic normalization between Kosovo and Serbia. The agreement, however, did not achieve the important goal of bringing the parties closer to full normalization. President Joe Biden, who had a long-standing personal engagement with the Balkans, returned the US to a more traditional channels of cooperation with the EU on Kosovo-Serbia dialogue, re-emphasizing that it fully supports the EU as the lead mediator, with Washington as a strong supporting role. However, as Dr. Bibeira already noted, Albin Kurti returned as Prime Minister of Kosovo in March 2021 with a landslide victory and a mandate to tackle corruption, to strengthen sovereignty, and to avoid the kinds of compromises he believed were detrimental to Kosovo. Since then, US-Kosovo relations have been fraught with occasional tension, particularly around the establishment of Serb Association of Municipalities and the enforcement of Kosovo license plates in Serb-majority areas. The US has unusually criticized the Kosovo government for unilateral actions, which is arguably the most severe public rift in the US-Kosovo relationship. A major external factor affecting US-Kosovo relations in the current period is also the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022. The war has heightened the geopolitical stakes in the Balkans, with Moscow seeking to destabilize the region. The Ukraine war has also prompted the US and the EU to double down their engagement in the region, however, which has translated into a more urgent push to get a Kosovo-Serbia deal done. Western diplomats have accelerated the normalization efforts in large part because of the Ukraine contest. They want Serbia pulled away from Moscow's orbit, and they want to avoid any potential crisis in the Balkans that would divert US and Western attention and resources away from Ukraine, which would benefit Russia. US has communicated to Belgrade that continued neutrality in Ukraine is untenable for an EU aspirant, and it has also communicated to Pristina that now is the time to make compromises because a stable Balkans is critical when war is raging elsewhere in Europe. In essence, the Ukraine war has reinforced the US commitment to seeing the region as being stable and firmly anchored in the West. It has also injected urgency and somewhat hardened the US stance against any actors who might risk destabilization. The recent frictions between the Kurti government and the US both underscore this urgency, but also betray, in my opinion, potential misunderstandings by both the Kosovo government and those of the US. First, The frictions highlight the Kosovo government's inability to fully appreciate that for the US, the investment in Kosovo is not only about ethical or normative considerations such as commitment to democracy and human rights, but it's also seen as a critical piece in maintaining stability and European security as part of the international liberal order. By taking a harder line stance without carefully consulting with Washington, the Kurdi government has overlooked how sensitive Kosovo allies are, particularly the US, about potential instability in the Balkans. On the other hand, however, this approach and these tensions also reveal the limits of US foreign policy, and assuming that pressing Kosovo to make concessions will necessarily pull Serbia closer to the West. Given the low public support for the EU in Serbia, its evolving relationship with China, the Serbian public's strong antipathy for NATO, as well as Belgrade's lingering illiberal tendencies and clear reluctance to meaningfully democratize or align with the liberal order, US policy may be running with the risk of unintentionally demanding too many concessions from its ally Kosovo without realistically achieving a major breakthrough in transforming Serbia's orientation. As we look ahead, as I already mentioned, I believe the future of US-Kosovo relations will be determined by how the liberal international order itself evolves in the face of new challenges, such as the rise of populism, the resurgence of China, the resurgence of Russia, and the assertiveness of China, the outcome of internal debates within the EU, and the outcome of the shifts in US foreign policy priorities. In the end, Kosovo's future and its relationship with Serbia and its relationship with the US will depend not only on the outcomes of negotiations with Serbia, or for that matter, on the outcome of the war in Ukraine, but also on developments that affect the US-led international order and the US role in it. Will US foreign policy in the coming days and years instill reform in the international order that it has itself created and benefited from, or will it break it? Will Kosovo's leaders avoid the temptations of electoral populism and appreciate more deeply instead the unique expectations and hopes that the Western world has projected onto Kosovo as a source of stability, security, and the embodiment of the liberal values in the Balkans? From Kosovo's perspective, of course, continued and consistent US engagement in Europe and the Western Balkans provides a crucial insurance against the Serbia threat. US engagement also provides a counterbalance to an EU foreign policy on Kosovo that is sometimes characterized as divided and inconsistent. But the US also needs allies like Kosovo, a staunch pro-American democratic country that is for the most part eager to coordinate foreign and domestic policies with Washington and is strongly committed to the major US foreign policy goals for the Balkans, that is to the promotion of liberal democracy and EU and NATO accession and the countering of influence of rival powers like Russia and China. In my opinion, and despite some of the recent challenges, the results of the US policy towards Kosovo are a testament to the positive power that the international liberal order can exert when it functions at its best. But they're also an illustration that this order has its fair share of challenges and that perhaps it could benefit from some reform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Palom. Thank you. And I appreciate the fact that you had in mind the fact that we're technically out of time, but we have a 30-minute coffee break. So if it's okay with you, if you want to ask questions, we'll take 10 minutes and I will forego my questions. So anybody in the audience, do you have any questions? If you do, then please introduce yourselves and do ask a brief question, please. Very brief question. Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Jason Steinbaum. One thing we know about Donald Trump and his process of hello. One thing we know about Donald Trump and his process of negotiating is that it is very transactional. That causes me concern in the light of his participation and his administration's participation in a Kosovo-Serbia negotiation. That's because I worry about what Kosovo has to deliver someone who sees these things in only a transactional way. It seems to me that Serbia might have or be seen by Trump and his people as having more to offer the United States when looked at in that way. Could you offer some thoughts about how a potential negotiation could take place under the auspices and a heavy influence of a Trump administration? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So in order to make sure that we really sort of respect the time, I will ask if anybody else has
questions in the audience? So this way we'll take a few questions. Yes, please.
So
So it's not working.
then,
I can speak up.
All right.
Hello.
But I hope you. Okay, so just following up on this, if the liberal international order right now is in crisis, kind of within the U.S., and so just building on that, if how also in terms of negotiations between, in many ways, in the U.S. we have like a government that is right-wing populist, and in Kosovo, Kurti is more like a left-wing populist. How the elites are different, or different ones. How would the negotiation occur when you don't have the shared values kind of underpinning a lot of these concerns? Thank you.
very much. Any other questions?
All right. So this is good. So let us start with Dr. Bilal.
Thank you. It is going to be a very interesting period ahead. Let's hope that the administration will be busy for a while with some other issues. It will take some time for Kosovo to come up with a new government after these elections. One point that I tried to make in my presentation was the need for Kosovo's government to really have experienced cabinet members, at least those who will be engaged in negotiations, because these will be very, very complex negotiations, and it will test the leadership skills of the new government there. It would be a shame if the U.S. view of Kosovo, if the U.S. were to view Kosovo in terms of just transactions. Kosovo has a lot to offer, but not in terms of huge stuff. Yes. On my esteemed colleague here talked about the president's message and the emphasis on the economy and investments and all that. And that is something that I think Kosovo would be very interested in exploring. But it's going to be an interesting period.
So, Ilona, would you like to add anything?
I mean, I'll just compliment a little bit what Dr. Rivera had said. It will be a very tricky process, I think, considering, as you just pointed out, that the new Trump administration is very much transactional in its approach, and we've started to see that with Ukraine and how's that shaping up to be. I mean, mineral resources coming into discussions, how much they want out of these negotiations. And so, Kosovo is very small, right? What can we give back? Certainly, we can benefit a lot from the support of the US in terms of strategic investments in the private sector, support in terms of reform implementation, right? Trying to address all of these structural barriers that we're facing. But in terms of, what can US benefit from Kosovo? Well, certainly, I think it should be in the interest of the US to have presence in the Balkans, considering that we have China and Russia extending their influence in the region. So that is something that should catch their attention. But as to how these could, be worked at, and I remember in 2020 there were discussions about naming Lake Gazebo Lake Trump. I mean,
Don't think that's gone away.
I don't know. But it just goes to show that as small as we are, we have to be creative. We have to speak their language as much as we can. And it really depends on the type of government that we will have in the coming weeks that will really show.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Didona. Olum, do you hear me or?
Yes, I hear you, although I couldn't really follow everything that was being said.
Would you like to add something briefly?
I think that on the question of what Kosovo has to offer the Trump administration, I think that one possible answer lies in what Kosovo perhaps has offered previous U.S. Administrations that have played a role in promoting Kosovo, and that's maybe perhaps a statue or a boulevard named after the current president, if in fact he manages to break the deadlock in the current Kosovo-Serbia relations. And, that's, I think that might be appealing, but more, more seriously, although that is a serious point as well, since we're talking about public diplomacy, I think Kosovo can offer the opportunity for a win for the current administration in foreign policy to achieve something that has not been achieved for quite a long time. Kosovo can also help and sort of like provide alignment on cases and sort of like issues with Russia and China, in particular China, which I think Serbia is sort of like has been more open and receptive to, and on other issues as well. I think that it's not even within a more transactional framework. I think it's not difficult to come up with creative ways to offer something to the current administration. Yeah, I'll end it there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Palum. And now I'll pass the microphone briefly to Dr. Bidari, and then we'll close.
Yes, very, very, very briefly. I think it needs to emphasize that the major political forces in Kosovo need to work on developing a consensus on the most critical issues that the country faces right now. And the political leaders there need to challenge themselves and see if they can avoid some of the rhetoric that has been used in the past. Imagine a situation where the government is formed by the opposition parties and they come up with proposals on how to deal with Serbia, and the former government then resorts by saying, there we go, these guys just gave in and are betraying Kosovo. I think Kosovo, to begin with, if there's increased pressure from Serbia and the US, is operating from a weaker position, but its position will be further undermined if there is no mature leadership in Pristina, and that would involve both the government as well as the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the panelists.
And this is okay. So I think you can all listen here.
So I would like to thank you very much, all the three of you. I know
No, this is a very exciting and
personal topic for each of
of you, and you've shared insightful comments. Thank you to the members of the audience. So let us do the following, if you agree, under Yera's leadership or command. She says the next panel starts at 11. So you've got 5 minutes for coffee, and make sure you drink it fast.
Thank you.
Van der Huben.
What a pleasure. I'm looking forward to meeting you. This is my wife. You probably heard of Ava Krauss years ago.
Ah,
In the
yes.
1980s. So she had that position. Well, division director for
It was. I worked with Albanian collection development.
Sorry,
do you have a card?
Unfortunately, not on
No, okay. The next time we drop by, we'd love to visit you. Yeah. So how are you doing?
Doing all right.
I've done some research in the context of Romania, so. Leadership.
Hello.
Yeah. The relationship, I think, has improved. That's not like. Hello, I'm Joe Donnelly, research professor at UW.
Hello.
Clash. And I really don't understand why, but you know how we do.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you doing? Hello. My pleasure. My pleasure. Thanks for taking that question. And worse than that, because Bucket's going to give land for apartments to his son-in-law. You know, what's over going to give? They're going to name the lake. Yeah, right. Another two. One is by the Saudis. So he's going to name the lake. Nothing.
Oh, you're totally fine. You could just take a seat here because we're gonna have to be doing the tech from this podium. There's one PowerPoint. It's Yetta's, and I believe the other panelist is. I did not receive a presentation, so I mean, I'll double check that.
I'm trying to make you take time. Right. Hello. How are you?
Good. How you doing? Thanks for doing
Exactly. Yeah. I told I understand. Yes. Has data pro.
Thank you.
Very expensive. Very expensive. Aí vamos test cada vez do outro veio para esta tudo. Foi I'm putting a waiting list.
We found alternatives.
Essa aí é a reunião eles estavam de dúvida.
Thank you.
Ich habe es, ich habe es det sei que ver foi.
Aí se manstator ramne på juli.
A boca luva. Au nada
Nada. Det var
Years of us.
carrying out different operations.
It's gonna require some dreaming. Maybe some very, very
Depois do teatro eu
So coming at this with interest. But is it teaching moral and values?
İzliyor. Oni su tim lite teplo. Kad se mi redis roa. Eve morne limat tur. Gezbol. Bilo ćeš koži zemalije.
Very Never do it. Never do it. Don't think it personally. I agree with you. You know, is what you're suggesting is Kosovo should be much more mature than the United States. I wish that. You know what I'm saying? Well, now they have to be more Okay, man. Okay, send me something. Give me coffee at your town.
Hello, everyone. I think we're going to start again, so please take your seats.
And space.
All right, welcome everybody. My name is Henry Hale. I'm director of our Institute for European, Russian, Eurasian Studies here at the Elliott School of International Affairs. And we're very happy to be able to play a very small supporting role for this very interesting event. So it's my honor to chair the second panel on the future of US-Kosovo relations and public diplomacy. So we have two distinguished speakers. First of all, Ambassador Ilir Dugoli, who's the ambassador of Kosovo to the United States. And we'll also be joined by Jeta Abazi-Gashi, who's a Fulbright researcher from Kosovo here. Unfortunately, Charles Kupchan is unable to join us today. So we'll have a little bit more time for discussion with the panelists and with you all as well. So each panelist will start out with some opening remarks, and then after both sets of opening remarks, we'll open it up for discussion. So let me first turn things over to the ambassador.
Thank you. I hope everybody can hear me, and good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Hale, for the invitation. I'm honored to be here. It's a great pleasure and privilege to listen to these different perspectives on a relationship that is so important for us. I'm very grateful to Dr. Jeta Abazi-Gashi, to Dr. Bador, and to all the team here for putting together this event, which, on the anniversary of our independences gives us an opportunity to reflect on the past, also on the current relationship, and also to then look towards the future. I will share a few remarks before then giving the opportunity to to Dr. Abazi Ghashi and also for questions and then to answer to the possible questions. Now, for decades, the United States has stood by the people of Kosovo, helping us secure our freedom, paving our path to independence, and helping us in most critical times. It is really important to emphasize this as an element of our relationship, of a bilateral relationship between my country and the United States. And that relationship has evolved, it has deepened, it has taken many facets and many shapes. But today, in the context of the question that is being posed and that I was kind of addressed about the looming threat of multipolar world, where do we go from here and why this relationship for us, for my country, matters so much. So let me share a few comments about this particular aspects. First, it is impossible to overemphasize the importance that the United States has for Kosovo. There are many elements that were already mentioned, but as I said, this is the country that has stood by the people of Kosovo, helping us secure our freedom, so bringing the liberation, paving the way for independence, building independent institutions, and basically laying the foundations for the independent state that we have today, independent, free, democratic state that we have. The basic documents from the foundational documents of our country, Constitution, Declaration of Independence, most of the institutions were built in close coordination together with the United States. If you're talking about some of the most exemplary, outstanding institutions, from Kosovo police, which is really one of the most professional forces that you can find of, to constitutional court, to judiciary, to other segments, all of these were built in very, very close coordination. So, as I said, it's impossible to really overemphasize the weight that the United States has for Kosovo. For every single country, the US really matters. But for us is this additional, unique, special relationship because we also look up to the United States. We see the US as a model. We see the US as a guiding democracy in that segment. So that is the segment that is really, I think, permanent and that will remain the main guiding light post for the years to come. In the second element that is important to bear in mind when we think about the looming threat of multipolar world, or as some see it, is what are those other forces or those centers or those powers and what do they offer? In our part of the world, we have seen very well, and we know only too well what they stand for. So this is why there's no appetite whatsoever to look towards those other powers and forces. In fact, when you think about the likes of Russia or China, they've been as a spoiler in our part of the world, and thus this is another element that really makes the relationship indispensable for a small country like mine. Some of them actually, they even see the case of Kosovo as a success story of the US foreign policy and then consider it even as a target to undo it, to undermine it. So this is another segment that really then makes it necessary in this uncertain world to reconfirm the alliance and to recommit to deepening the relationship between the United States and Kosovo. So these factors, these actors, through different malign influences in the region, often target and try to undermine all the progress which has been achieved through enormous sacrifices on one hand, and then enormous investments and also sacrifices on the other. So every single success is a joint one, But those potential, let's say, forces who would like to supplant the United States in different parts of the world or in our region are definitely seen with enormous suspicion. Hence, Kosovo is not part, let's say, of the Belt and Road Initiative, or does not really provide access to many different initiatives from be it Russia or China or other factors that seek to replace the leading role of the United States. So the primacy of the United States is really essential, and I would say almost existential in this part of the world. Now, in terms of multipolarity, there is another additional point, because we also have factors who are benevolent, and in our part of the region, in our part of the world, it's mostly the European Union that we think of as one force, as one actor, as a benevolent structure that we, of course, aspire to join. Our vision in that sense is very clear, but nonetheless, even though we aspire to join, even though we see ourselves as a future member of NATO and EU, we have always, in the most critical times, witnessed inability of the EU to act on its own without close support or being nudged or encouraged from the United States as well. So that sort of scenario, that sort of an option also is unlikely in the sense of seeing some sort of strategic autonomy or a growing weight from the side of the EU to act on its own without close coordination with the United States. So that's another, if anybody is looking for particular reasons why the US president's engagement, and I have to say leadership without any doubt, is truly, truly indispensable. Now, aside from that, and that may be perhaps the most negative scenario, is the regional powers or the regional hegemons, those who would try to impose themselves in the situation of a vacuum or lack of interest or lack of engagement. In our part of the region, we do have such. And unfortunately, in the case of our northern neighbor, who has made a full circle with the policies of the 90s, there is such a tendency to try and then establish some territorial gains to undo the successes and to undermine all the achievements in the part of our world. That's one more reason why we need to focus to nurture the relationship further and to maintain the engagement of the United States in our part of the world. So all in all, our vision, our goalposts are fairly clear. We don't see other alternatives. We have the United States as a partner of choice. We have worked and achieved so much together, and we really want to continue working and engaging and deepening this relationship. That is strategic goalpost, that is strategic vision for the Republic of Kosovo. And that is something that I don't see really any drive or shift or to change the foundations of this important project that is joint. We consider that a lot has been achieved. A lot, of course, remains to be done as well. And in the face of the challenges and the security risks, we can address them together, but there is no way for us to really abandon or adopt the leading role of the United States in our part of the world. Every single success has been achieved through joint investments, and we are really committed to make sure to preserve those successes and to continue advancing them further. So with that, I will like to conclude and maybe leave more time for questions and for Dr. Abazigash. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador. So you've already seen my title of the paper, the ongoing paper. It's called The Self and the Other in Public Diplomacy. And it focuses on the shift in discourses from the perspective of actors in Kosovo and in the United States within 2008-2024. So my interest in this topic is driven by both personal and professional reasons. As some of you here, I belong to a generation raised with this deep sense of demonstration of admiration for the United States. And when my American friends visit Kosovo, they are surprised. Is it an imitation? Is it a gratitude? Is it an obedience? They ask. They do not see the same in the region, with the exception, to some extent, in Albania. So Kosovo is unique with its domestic symbolism and international relations aligned with the United States. At the domestic level, the US positive symbolism and bilateral relation is demonstrated in the public space with American presidents and diplomats having monuments named after them and streets as well. And in this American symbology, the American flags are flown over Kosovo's government's building and offices, and in the city's main square, and also the 4th of July is celebrated. And maybe I've seen more US flags in Pristina that I've seen here in Washington, DC. And that also, that observation explained the reason that we've chosen that photo for our flyer. So since the 90s, regardless of their political leanings, Kosovar Albanians presidents have used the phrase "God bless America" in their political speeches, and that started from late President Ibrahim Rugova to the current President Osmani. And in its public diplomacy, Kosovo has chosen a policy that is strongly tied to the US interest and actively interacts with the US authorities. This includes also the opening of embassy in Jerusalem during the first Trump administration. Somehow Trilona mentioned that, but Kosovo remains the only state in the region where there are no direct investments from China or Russia. And Palumb and Dr. Biber, I mentioned what has US played. So I'm going again maybe to have some repeat, but it relies to the freedom and independence as a mediator in peace and negotiation and through the NATO military intervention in 1999. Furthermore, the US has continuously supported Kosovo's post-war state building from the scratch and had contributed to its economic and political stability and assisting to develop institutions, as I said, from the scratch. And of course, I have also an interest as a scholar. One of the interests was similar to Palumb, that why, if this topic was so interested in the media, why it has not taken the same interest in the literature or in the written articles, but also because I kind of find Kosovo's place in the US public diplomacy particularly intriguing, because Kosovo is a perplexing conundrum when it comes to the exception in the debate about anti-Americanism, anti-West, capitalism, communism, religious extremism, and Islamophobia as an overwhelmingly secular state with the Muslim majority. While the question of religion may arise, and actually in different ways for the US and different ways for Kosovo, it has not been the main trope of this relation. So my focus today is in three aspects. Mainly these are related to the language. So how are the US-Kosovo relations discursively presented by both countries, so through the political discourse of US diplomats in Kosovo and the presence of Kosovo? And how does the political elite in Washington, D.C. frame public diplomacy between these two states? And I also try to tell that how will Kosovo strategically navigate the complexities of a multipolar world? And my results are presented in three segments. First is the presentation of self to the other. Second is the the opinions of political experts. And in the third part, I tell the framing and the shifting, and I try to explore the underlying reasons. So I'll begin with the first part. Maybe I'll go back. Yeah. So the US ambassador in Kosovo have occupied a significant space in Kosovo's media, and actually they continue to do so. Their opinions are asked in both domestic and international affairs. And for journalists in Kosovo, US ambassadors are popular figures to interview. And at times, the most outstanding journalists have the opportunity to interview them. So in the aftermath of the independence, US diplomats started with the discourse of pride. You have to be proud of your country. You have to be proud that you got the independence. And it moved later with a sort of employing a parent-child approach. And I have seen this, it has been in both ways, in order to tell you that you have grown up, so move on, and also to give this relation approach. Later, urging Kosovo to move on while reminding that things are blocked and not progressing fast. Corruption was an issue that had annoyed many American diplomats, and over time, the discourses have shifted toward highlighting great past relations while stressing that there are challenges. Some ambassadors from the US brought firm messages. Back then, Tracy Ain Jacobson, so 2012, 2015, stated the lack of interest, and she was saying that no one in the Washington was asking about Kosovo, and used a very colloquial expression to express frustration and criticism toward the political elites. Those that speak Albanian know that she used that phrase in Albanian. The most recent US ambassador emphasized that if Kosovo is the most American country, then the US is the most pro-Kosovo state, while expressing concerns over current development. He also stated that Kosovo is a part of a DNA. US concerns have centered now on Kosovo-Serbia dialogue and the government's approach to the Serbian community. US ambassadors in Kosovo have maintained quite a consistent message regardless of political parties that was in power in Washington. Their discourse shift over time have been driven by various local and international factors rather than partisan differences. So, presentation of Kosovo. So, how Kosovo's presidents have spoken to about the US. Presidents in Kosovo, compared to the United States, have a more symbolic responsibility. They still lead the foreign policy, they represent the unity of the people, they serve as a legitimate representative of the country, both internally and externally, and act as a guarantor of the democratic functioning of the institution. Additionally, they sign international agreements in accordance to our constitution. In the aftermath of its independence, Kosovo's presidents framed their discourse around gratitude. Thank you, USA. And there are many even songs on that discourse as well. Presidents in Kosovo, regardless of political party, have stressed this unquestioned role of key allies, have forced the discourse on peace and security, and a commitment to permanent cooperation. During security threats, Kosovo's president maintained the same discourse on combating terror, aligned to the US narratives. Always, Kosovo's presidents mentioned the US ahead of the EU. These type of discourses have been mocked by few as an expression of obedience and fear, and stemming from an inability to resist the US power. And the argument suggests that if political parties in Kosovo were not plagued by internal problems and corruption, they might have dared to adopt a more independent states. All living former US presidents have been awarded special medals from Kosovo. President Hashim Thaci had awarded President Donald Trump the Order of Freedom, which is Kosovo's highest honor for his commitment to achieving a peace agreement between Kosovo and Serbia. So to return how presidents have spoken about relations with the US, the conclusion is that the shift in discourse is not among Kosovo's presidents. Current President Vjosa Osmani has taken a stance asserting that damaging relations with key allies, indirectly referring to the US, equates of harming Kosovo itself. She has warned against gambling with these relationships, cautioning that political rhetoric or actions that weaken these ties could endanger Kosovo's security, stability, and integration into the Euro-Atlantic community. Her statements relate to the position of Kosovo's Prime Minister Albin Kurti, who holds a different discourse on several statements he has made, pointing out that Albanians fear the possibility of abandonment by America to explain their love towards the US. His remarks about the US Secretary of State Blinken, calling him naive, and his urging in English to vote for Biden in 2012. His statement at the domestic level will also describe as courageous, portraying him as someone who dares to speak in contrast to this obedient discourse. And when asked about the shift in the relation, the PM responded with an idiomatic expression, asserting that Kosovo's relations are not like those of a grandfather and grandson. So Kurti's discourse on the US has been utilized also by political opposition to portray him as an anti-American, a narrative that has been reinforced and amplified through social media. When in the opposition, Kurti parties was highly critical of Kosovo's constitution and flag, which was viewed as imposed and critical towards the US role in the presidential election, infrastructure project, and the question related to dialogue with Kosovo and the Serbian community. Moving further to the third part, so how the political elite in Washington regards the framing of the US and Kosovo's relations. And here I remain to say that people who are called as political experts include foreign diplomats, journalists, human rights activists, who've been closely following the question of Kosovo in the US. And then actually here, they do form a small community, but a very dedicated one. When talking with them, my impression was that their message was more on Kosovo itself, not on placing blame, but they mostly consider that change must first come from Kosovo, not the US. And despite that being a tiny country, Kosovo played a significant role in the US public diplomacy at some point. And it was already mentioned, it was a good story. It was a good story of stopping ethnic cleansing, of rebuilding, of laying the foundations for a multi-ethnic democracy, of the capacity of the US diplomacy to resolve conflicts even on the European soil. And Kosovo stories included alignment with US policies. So, but they say that actually the relation has been exaggerated by some with terms, strategic partnership or special relations, and they have described sometimes these as cliches. And under this framing, both the US and Kosovo have utilized each other differently in their public diplomacy. And according to the people that I interviewed, Kosovo's public diplomacy has shown consistency with the exception that I just mentioned. In the US public diplomacy, the relation has evolved over time in response to global factors and also local factors. And over time, it has weakened, revealing its asymmetrical nature, a dynamic between a small state and a world superpower. Kosovo's leadership has often operated from a position of strategic dependence, feeling indebted to the US for its past support to the US, and often complying with its demands. During 2 decades, Kosovo has followed US requests, while the US treated Kosovo as a lower priority in its foreign policy. The people I spoke traced this shift back to Obama administration, and they believe it has continued under Biden. Some describe this dynamic as a one-sided relationship in which the US dictates actions and Kosovo complies. Others put it more bluntly, saying that Kosovo should not bark so much, a sentiment reflecting frustration with Kosovo's perceived assertiveness in dealing with Washington. My informants worry that Kosovo may face increasingly difficult choices as each contribution builds up over time and influence future relations. Currently, most of the discussion about the shift in discourses focuses on how Kosovo is dealing the dialogue with Serbia and its relation with Serbian community. The way people in DC view the shift is dividing among those who support Kurti's government, those who take a middle ground, acknowledging some of his policies, and those who argue that the current government has not effectively leveraged the diplomatic relation. While the US supported the EU facilitated task, frustration in Washington has mounted over slow progress and Kosovo's resistance to implementing agreements, such as the Association of Serb Majority Municipalities. Although I have to share here with you that within Kosovo, if we analyze surveys, public sentiment towards the dialogue with Serbia has grown more positive. For example, with 55% now believing that it will improve in the future, and it was up from 29 in 2010. So those in the middle claim, so the group of political experts here, that Prime Minister, despite holding valid position, is being criticized for missing opportunities to foster Kosovo's Serb inclusion and for taking a confrontational approach which has contributed to Kosovo's isolation. Although the US has backed some of its policies, such as license plate regulation and financial transparency measures, it has criticized its handling of them, arguing that a more diplomatic approach could have strengthened the US support and Kosovo's international standing. My informants also justify the current government. They argue that Kosovo has faced more pressure compared to Serbia and that the US Secretary of State should not be involved in issues like the association, which is seen as inconsistent with Kosovo's constitution or the Serbian boycott of elections. They argue that this approach has given Serbia too much space while failing to hold it accountable for its actions towards Kosovo and creating an imbalance in the dialogue. They say that the US prioritized Kosovo-Serbia normalization as reflected in its consistent advocacy for the process. However, Pristina and Washington interpret this process differently. US expects Kosovo to address issues concerning the Serbian community. Kosovo fears that such steps could lead to a dysfunctional state. In addition to the US pressure, I call that the EU has also imposed measures on Kosovo, furthering complicating the situation of Kosovo. So how the framing shifted and why? Is Kosovo still part of the US DNA or not? I assume that multiple factors, both local and international, have influenced the discursive shift in framing. So let me begin with local factors. Perspectives in the US-Kosovo relation have shifted, with political party leaders in Kosovo holding different views. From the traditional perspective that the US is placed at the highest level of importance, emphasizing intervention, state building, foreign aid, democracy, promotion, soft power, education, energy, and security, topics that have been already mentioned. There is a different political approach that has emerged, reconstructing Kosovo's relationship with the US and considering that Albanians from Kosovo fear US abandonment. These politicians hold a different opinion from the US stance on Kosovo-Serbia dialogue, and they justify it with concerns over sovereignty. While the shift is happening, its exact cause remains uncertain. Is it driven by politicians discussing US-Kosovo's diplomatic relation, or social media discourses, or the spread of anti-NATO, anti-Western, anti-US narratives fueled by hate speech and disinformation from various Serbian and Russian centers? Or is it a combination of all these factors? Beyond these influences, the shift also reflects a generational change in how Kosovars perceive the US. Unlike former national leaders, young generation do not associate the US with the same image as the previous one did. And actually, I've seen that from 2010, 2024, and this would align with Drilona, their primary concerns have been unemployment, economic opportunities, and the rising cost of essential supplies. So to come back to the conclusion, the performance of self in public diplomacy is about perception management, how a nation constructs and projects its identity in the international arena. In public diplomacy, it is about performance, and especially in this period, the upcoming, the language in public diplomacy is more straightforward and it's inward looking. Kosovo's performance of self is not convergent, but is discursively transformed. On one hand, there is a discourse that positions Kosovo firmly with a Western sphere of influence, reinforcing independence and the US support, while distinguishing from countries like China and Russia, which do not recognize Kosovo's independence. Presidents have consistently expressed the diplomatic praise for the United States, while the ruling party, through the Prime Minister, has taken a notably different approach. Additionally, the government's approach to negotiations and public diplomacy has become more assertive, and a significant departure from the past when such differences were nearly non-existent. As I mentioned, displaying the partisan preferences and advising Americans on their electoral choice in 2010, or attending the Democratic National Convention, but not the Republican National Convention in 2024. For Kosovo, its self-presentation does not exist in isolation, but in relation to other international actors. And with limited experience in statehood and diplomacy, Kosovo must navigate and evolve in global landscape. This introduces new uncertainties as it balances expectation from the EU, particularly regarding the dialogue with Serbia, while also adapting to the dynamics of the new US administration. How is the US performance of self? From a proud and move-on discourse, US diplomats have brought messages from DC, both showing Kosovo is a success story as a part of the DNA, and also communicating concerns and raising stakes. The shift in public diplomacy suggests that the US is not focused on shaping Kosovo's internal position, but it also is navigating its own global image and internal priorities. The current public diplomacy of the US has shifted. It is not about the other, it is about the self. So it remains to be seen how the unprecedented times that we're witnessing are going to shape bilateral relations between the US and Kosovo. There are uncertainties, but also many opportunities for both countries to advance their bilateral relation. I know that quotes are always welcome, so I'm using a quote from George Washington, who had urged to observe good faith and justice towards all nations while cultivating peace and harmony with all. He then adds that passionate attachment for others should be excluded, and that in place of them, just and amicable feelings toward all should be cultivated. It seems that we could benefit a lot of rereading his address these days, and I certainly hope for just and very amicable and fruitful relations between the US and Kosovo in the upcoming 25 years. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. So maybe I'll just start out with a couple questions to the panelists to get things going. And maybe I'll just proceed from some of the research that I've done. My primary work is not on this region, but I have collaborated with a very valuable colleague, Ridvan Peshkapia. And one of the studies that we did back in 2018 was interested in how people in Kosovo, also Albania and Serbia, perceived the Trump presidency during President Trump's first term. And one of the findings that we found in one paper is that when people were asked how favorable they were to the US, if they were reminded first about Donald Trump's being elected, levels of favorability went down of the United States pretty substantially. That said, down substantially in Kosovo, as you mentioned, is not really that far down. I mean, you still had something like 60% of the population strongly favorable to the United States, and close to 80% generally favorable. So it's sort of a it was a decline from very high favorability to lower favorability. But if you did the same kind of experiment in Serbia, the favorability of the United States increased, also from a fairly not the most favorable circumstance for the United States. So I guess my question would just be, we don't know what is happening now, right? I think kind of the Trump in the second term, we don't know if this reflects what was there in the first term. A lot has changed since 2018. But I guess the question would be, from the diplomacy standpoint, does this put Trump in a good position potentially to negotiate some kind of final settlement, like between Kosovo and Serbia? Is this does he have certain leverage that could at least potentially be used positively, regardless of what one's fears might be for the negative possibilities as well? And I guess I wonder also, kind of from the public diplomacy standpoint as well, what kind of challenges does Kosovo now face in public diplomacy, given that we have a new administration which is really determined to upend certain aspects of the international order? And we don't really know exactly how it's going to be. I mean, they're sending a lot of different kinds of signals. It's uncertain. So I guess those are my questions. Is there potential now for maybe some kind of advance along with the dangers? And what would you describe as the public diplomacy challenges that now face Kosovo?
Of course, it's not incumbent upon us to decide about the leadership of other countries, and we have, of course, relations with the current administration, just we had the relations with past administrations, and that goes without saying. So I don't look into those sorts of polls. The Republic of Kosovo is the most pro-American country, and we take pride in that, and that has been consistent regardless of the administration. In fact, one of the fundamental advantages of the relationship is a very long and strong bipartisan engagement between the United States and Kosovo on the other hand. So in that aspect, we really are eager to engage, to continue working with the current administration. Now, in terms of the possibility or the opening to to have a deal, as you put it, or to have some agreement, I think that President Trump, in his first mandate, has actually outlined the vision fairly clearly in that sense. He has put it in a manner which cannot be challenged from really the common sense policy, if you will, as well, because he outlined that the relationship between Kosovo and Serbia should be based on mutual recognition and should be centered on mutual recognition. So that kind of vision, if it is, let's say, materialized, it would be to the benefit of everyone in the region, and we definitely don't see any other option. In fact, even the agreement, which was facilitated by the European Union and supported by the United States, has this path towards full-fledged normalization, and yet is considered as an interim step. Unfortunately, the fate of that agreement, because of Serbia's refusal to sign it, to honor it, is now under question, but not from our side, because we have really committed to it and we are ready to implement it. But as we have reiterated, we are ready to implement it in full, not to one particular element, just one article, and then disregard the other. In full, it can be implemented, and we cannot, of course, entertain the ideas to have that agreement, even as an interim agreement, be further watered down, which was the clear tendency from Serbia. And actually, they went so far to even then ridicule the mediators and international community by refusing to sign and saying that the reason was excruciating pain in the hand of the Serbia's current president, which, according to his own words, is going to last until the end of his tenure. So in that sort of situation, I really don't see how one can expect more from Kosovo. We have committed, we have accepted it, we have shown readiness to sign it, we consider it to be enforced, but we can implement it in full, not selectively to allow others. So going back to the question, I think the vision that was put forward by President Trump in terms of relationship between Kosovo and Serbia was very sound, and we may try to look into these interim solutions, but the sooner we address that, the better.
Thank you so much. We have to also to remark the changes that have occurred, because some of the Americans that I've asked here, they do say that actually the Americans, they don't know themselves what is going to happening. So we have to bear that in mind, that we have to first let the Americans know what's happening, and opening the eyes and sort of reflecting with all the change. So if they don't know, Kosovo is far away knowing that either. And a helpful argument to that is that Kosovo actually is not alone, because also in the Europe, many countries are discussing how the shift will impact. So I've remarked that as soon as I have opened the social media in Kosovo, there's sort of a window watching now what's happening. They're trying to ask ChatGPT to interpret Trump's letter. Is it positive tone or is it negative? And they're giving different suggestion and interpretation. So many experts of language, so many experts of public diplomacy relations. It's very impressive. But that explains that there's a sort of fear that the announcements are not clear what's going to happen. An advantage is that also that Trump's language is quite straightforward. It's inward looking, and Kosovars will not have challenges to interpret his statements because are going to be very oriented and very simple. So that could help. Another advantage is that it's good that this is not the 2008. So we at least have some experience in state and in diplomacy compared to 17 years before, that doesn't mean things cannot change. I know that someone in the panel mentioned the question of diaspora. That is a bit ambivalent, because some say that Albanians and diaspora did vote for Trump, but they don't know how impactful can their influence be. There is some sort of hope coming from that part. But I see also some sense of fear that nothing will happen, so pessimism. We do also see that the discussion has taken serious interest in political scene in Kosovo in terms of what's going to happen. But in general, it is like waiting, breathing and reflecting, because it's full of surprises and people need to reflect on what's happening.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I'll ask one more question and then I'll open it up to the floor. So you mentioned Europe, and one of the other topics of the research with Dr. Peshkapia and myself concerned, what would happen if there were a conflict between the U.S. or difference in views, didn't say conflict, but kind of differences in policy positions between the United States and the European Union. Would people be more inclined to side with the U.S. or with Europe? And that's another question where we found actually the population in Kosovo was rather split, not seeing a big difference between the two, basically. Although when we replaced the words, the word United States with, if there was with Donald Trump, and replaced sort of the European Union with the words European leaders, public opinion in our respondents shifted in favor of Europe. So there seemed to be a much greater kind of baseline willingness to sort of instinct to rely on to rely on the European Union. Were there some sort of dispute to arise between the United States and Europe? So we don't know yet how big this is going to be, whether or not they're actually going to be the types of conflicts. And as you mentioned, lots changed since the time we did this research. But I wanted to use this just as a pretext for a question about Europe. So if there is a more multipolar world, right? It's clear Russia, China, right? What they stand for. What about Europe? Is it sort of regardless of where the U.S. goes, do you see this as some kind of a big anchor for Kosovo? I know this is a conference on the U.S. Kosovo relationship, but how does Europe factor in, both in the public diplomacy angle side of things as well as diplomatically?
Well, difficult question, no doubt about that. But I think that obviously geographically we are in Europe and we aspire to join the European Union. But in this, what is formulated by virtually everybody in Kosovo as the goal of Euro-Atlantic integration, it's NATO that comes first and the European Union that comes second. So from that point of view, still, I think that the US outweighs Europe, honestly. And I say that with utmost respect towards the EU as a family where we aspire to join and to be part of, and we see ourselves as a future member. However, even in the issues, the crisis, the most difficult moments that we have faced, the EU has been able to act with some encouragement or leadership from the side of the United States. That's why for us, in terms of the integration, it's NATO that comes first as a step that would consolidate peace first and foremost, and then add on with rule of law, democracy, free market, and you name it, all the aspects that the EU itself entails and projects, and then of course ensures to be guaranteed. So that's one important element. And I think that there are also really concrete elements if we go to the first Trump administration and so on, where we have shown readiness to yield foreign policy alignment with the US, sometimes to the detriment of criticism from the side of the EU. One of those elements has to do with opening our embassy in Jerusalem. where we have faced criticisms from the European Union, but that was a commitment that we have undertook, and then we fulfilled. Another one has to do with Hezbollah, where we have declared as terrorist organization both wings, the military and the political one. Unlike our northern neighbor, which they've promised to do that, and they really received quite some praise at that time. Yet they have refused to do so under the different justifications, and they have done only for the military wing. So they are concrete foreign policy decisions like that, where we have shown 100% commitment to align with the United States. And that is really a genuine commitment driven by shared ideas, and I think common threats as well that we face.
Europe itself is also having questions around many topics, including the state of democracy, including the rise of populism, the rise of authoritarianism. So we are finding also Europe and European states struggling in some important topics at the time. But Europe has also given Kosovo sticks in terms of, as I mentioned, the question of dialogue. Although the VDEM indications do state that compared to the region, Kosovo has made progress in terms of democracy, but the EU has given sticks. We do have the visa liberalization, and there is, even when Kosovo was not in the part of visa liberalization, the sentiment of Kosovars were very positive towards the EU. So I don't think that this question about joining EU even comes to Kosovo, but both for, I know that the topic is focused on the US, but also Europe is in a turmoil with Germany, Austria. So these are very difficult times, and I hope that Kosovo's leadership will be able to navigate, because it's in the middle of finding out. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We have time for some comments, questions from the audience. Yes, please. Just ask you to identify yourself. And I think, do we need to use the microphone or? Okay, yeah, okay.
Hello, my name is Lily Waldman. This is working. Okay, great. Thank you so much for having us here. And before I kind of pose my question, I want to preface it by saying, obviously, the people in this room care very deeply about the relationship and the investment of the US in Kosovo, and in Kosovo's goodwill towards us. So I'm in the development world, and obviously development assistance has faced a unique set of circumstances recently where we are being questioned about every investment that is made overseas by the domestic population in the United States. And certainly, I always encourage engagement in foreign policy debate. So I guess I have a two-part question for you. One is really, I'd love to hear your perspective on where you think development assistance would be useful to further in terms of US investment in Kosovo. And then the second part is, how do we communicate that better to the American people? That is a question that is currently asked of us. Really, how do we kind of better articulate foreign assistance objectives in ways that speak to the American people? So.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, of course, one cannot get into the internal political issues and debates, and that is beyond the role of a certain ambassador. But what I can say is that as a country who has received considerable aid, we are always grateful, and we have really seen tremendous impact, as I mentioned, across a wide plethora of institutions that will build from scratch, that do an incredible job, not only in the service of individual citizens of all background, ethnicities, and you name it, but they also be directly or indirectly contribute, I think, for the safety, security, prosperity of the United States as our primary ally. So I wouldn't want to share, of course, my thoughts about what would be the priorities. I think the current administration and Secretary Rubio and so on have outlined that fairly clearly, and one has to meet, of course, every program, the test whether it makes America safer, more prosperous, and so on and so forth. So all of those tests and elements are, I think, important to bear in mind. But from the point of view of a country like Kosovo, we definitely are grateful for the support that we have received. And now, in terms of a superpower, I think that the superpower is the one that projects its influence and is capable of following everything in every corner of the world. And there's, of course, investment of that nature that entails that is entailed in being the leader of the world. But we are grateful. We really support all the engagement that has been part of different programs. Yet it remains upon the United States, of course, to decide specifically what are the priorities. Priorities sometimes change from one administration to the other, and we fully respect that. And of course, we are eager to work. But I'm sure that all programs, in our case, in the case of Kosovo, really meet those tests. It was mentioned earlier, the relocation of Afghans, and of course we were one of the first to respond. We would have been able to do that with our capacities. We were ready to, of course, helping in really some of the groundbreaking projects when it came to readmission from Syria and counterterrorism actions and so on and so forth. So I think there are a number of actions where we are able to give back, and we do give back to the United States, and we are hoping to be able to deliver and give back even more.
Thank you so much for the comments. And although you might think that we don't need them, we appreciate them. We need them very much. So as someone who has worked as a journalist, I'm very afraid about the situation in the media in Kosovo, because most of the media institutions in Kosovo have been built and created from the American help, and not only, but they have been built from the scratch. And that also explains that if you compare, for example, the situation of the media in Serbia, Albania, and Kosovo, you do see that Kosovo's media stand in a better position. But that doesn't mean that it can last longer, because it was explainable. Yes, Kosovars also been trained about in journalism, but it was the support that has come. And through the social media now, if we don't have this help, that the aid that has been coming from the US, and it is replaced by different actors, I think that the landscape and the way the discourses how are going to be spoken in the social media will see more frustration. And I know that some channels are very good in spreading stories that the situation between Albanians and Serbs is going terrible, so that will be enforced. There's a tendency, some of the social problems, to relate it with the Serbian community. So I'm very much afraid about how the media, how the question of independence as media will go on if there's no programs, if there's no support. Yes, there is some consistency compared to before, but I could mention that. How now will be our story? Because yes, thank you USA. Yes, gratitude. What is our story? I think we have to figure it out, and there's not much time. Probably when they select someone that will lead the foreign services, the foreign ministry, they have to keep in mind that the language they chose has to be adaptable to talking to the US more to the current administration, find their language. Dilona mentioned some suggestion that we can take it seriously. The question of IT, that could be something very pragmatical that we can maybe lure the relation, and without hiding, so giving the pros and cons of that situation. Of course, education.
investments in education, and you do see that the shift in generation, it's not only about opinions, but the Albanian diaspora, the one that was here to raise money to help Kosovo, that was very important. But now this different diaspora, you see people that work at bank, they are associated professors, they have critical opinions, and when they are critical, that it doesn't mean that they don't like their country. So maybe this could address to the point that if Albanian diaspora, the educated one, are critical, to not take it for granted and take it more seriously, as not as an attempt to they left Kosovo and we should not take them seriously. So maybe this shift could be also helpful. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Maybe since I see at least 3 questions, I'll just ask, we'll take them all. Is that okay? And then you can respond in the remaining few minutes because we have about 7 minutes left. So we'll start in the back over there. And then I saw 2 work our way this way. Yeah, in the back. So if you could please identify yourself.
Hi, my name is Sizle Jaffa. I'll be in the 3rd panel, the last panel. So I have a question for you, Charles. So not for them. Since you're an American coming from United States and you made, for sure you have experience with all, different type of diplomacy and stuff. Kosovo, it's born 17 years ago. Europe, after Second World War, started the new era of Europe with Marshall Plan, took it 50 years to come where Europe is today. First, what is expectation from your point of view that Kosovo should do in order to be first respected, love themselves, and to be competitive? And the second question is, when you have the northern part of the country, let's say neighbors, that do not recognize that you exist. In their own constitution, there is a Kosovo is part of Serbia. How you want to dialogue with a country that don't recognize that you exist? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for being here. My name is Yulia Sava. And Mr. Ambassador, you mentioned that in Kosovo has looked up to the United States as a model for democracy. Has that perception and the perception of democratic systems changed following the attacks on liberal democracy that have been taking place within the United States?
I more have. Oh.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Catherine. I'm also from the international development world a bit in the US, but I do have a question. It's more a half question. I'll see if it forms into a full question. Essentially what this has been a very interesting conversation about, especially mainly discourse. And I feel like it's strange we haven't talked about discourse also within Kosovo as well, especially like the heightened nationalist rhetoric that has come out among top politicians and how that has contributed to things internally and has also affected how essentially normalization of relations has been ongoing, thus relationship with the US. Sorry, that was really roundabout. But I would just really like to hear a bit more about that as well, especially because it's very, I'm trying to choose my words carefully here as well. How Kosovo projects itself externally, is that genuine to how it projects itself internally as well? That's essentially it.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I hadn't seen the hand in the back, so maybe, yeah.
Hi there. My name is Nabila Bahumi. I'm a librarian. My question is related to foreign policy. One aspect that I'm curious about is the relationship with Albania proper. It's kind of taken for granted, Kosovo and Albania, given the similar kind of national histories. What do you see as a premises for growth in the next 4 years, given that we are talking about the anticipated volatile relationship with Europe, with the United States, but what about Albania proper?
Okay, thanks. Maybe I'll just say just at the outset, I'm actually not to Charles Kupchan. He couldn't make it today. I'm Henry Hale. I'm just chairing the panel. I think the question that you had asked him, and maybe he'll be able to come later today. He could answer. But I guess just what I would say is I think Kosovo is in a difficult spot, right, with a neighbor that doesn't recognize its right to exist. I think that's kind of the big agenda item, and that at least mentioning the possibility of negotiations. Part of the question is, could Trump, by virtue of maybe better public standing in Serbia, have some leverage there to maybe push them along in this question? But I don't have the answer. I think that's more a question here for the experts. So we have about 4 minutes left. So maybe I'll just ask people, the panelists, to just take what you want to respond to. The rest we can respond to over lunch, just an informal conversation.
As far as the United States is concerned, I mean, we look up to the United States. We think that the United States has managed always to find its way through different challenges, through the resilient institutions that it has, and whatever goes internally when it comes to political dynamics and issues and debates and those sorts of elements that are part of democratic life. In our eyes are always seen as a model. So in that sense, we do look up to the United States, and I'm sure that the United States will continue to inspire us as a country. So the documents, the foundational documents of the United States has really played an important role in our lives, and one cannot really find a way to kind of overemphasize that. In terms of relations with Albania, I mean, that goes without saying that we have excellent relations. We have excellent relations with all our immediate neighbors, except with the northern neighbor, for the reasons which are very clear and that you cannot neglect. I mean, if one starts from a position of denying your right to exist and had making a full circle with the policies of the 90s, and the only regret it shows is for having failed to implement those policies instead of showing a bit of a genuine remorse. That makes it very, very difficult, no doubt about that. Nonetheless, we have really engaged, and we try to open the way for normal relations, but having a normal relations start from a basic premise of accepting each other's existence. And that's, I think, fundamentally important to be reminded. But with Albania, I mean, close brotherly relations, as you can imagine. And in that sense, I mean, let's not forget, because we were talking about the US, obviously, I'm accredited to the US and I don't deal with relations with other countries. So for me, as you know, those teachers who would always come to class and when they introduce themselves, they say that I'm the teacher of math or I'm of physics or this or that. And everybody says, this is the most important subject that you're going to learn. I may be biased in that segment, but really, I think that is shared by every single individual, that this relationship kind of overshadows others, which is not to say that we don't develop extraordinary relations with other countries in Europe, within the European Union, outside of the European Union, countries like Albania. My last posting was in Turkey, another important partner. Beyond that, UK is one of the most important partners that we have, Japan, Australia, you name it. But we don't seek to diversify beyond that in terms of those powers who try to supplant the US. For us, diversification takes place within this relationship that is important, indispensable, and existential, I would say. So Albania definitely one of the closest, and I'm sure that it's going to only become deeper and better.
Catherine, right? Thank you for the question. I think that there's a difference, and it's not only with Kosovo in terms of internally and externally. Maybe this could also be more helpful to say that maybe Kosovars internally have to rethink about the values, and multi-ethnicity is something that we have to bring up to the discourse. And maybe the second aspect could be that putting blame as a sort of answer to many problems would be important to reflect it and say it differently, because I think that Kosovars have this tendency of blaming themselves, not victimizing, but blaming that, the relations are being shifted, blame ourselves. So the blame, redefined, and rethinking about the values that we had. And on the question of Albania, I don't know how we'll sound this, but Since this is a conference for Kosovos in the US, I prefer that question to respond during our break. Thank you very much.
All right, well, thank you. So just before inviting everybody to lunch afterwards, please join me in a warm round of applause for our speakers. Thank you so much for a great discussion. Hi. All right. I came at a really. I haven't read it. Yeah, I know. Oh yeah. Yeah, two of them are published, but one is sort of in the process right now. Are you talking about give you a card? Yeah, liberal order. Send an email or something. I can send you a link. Anyway, good to stay in touch. Thank you. How are you doing? Pretty good. Yep. Settling in. Oh, hey, how are you? Thanks, sorry. Come on in. Okay. Yeah. Dealing with the big immigration. All right. Okay. All right. Great. Where you listening? Yeah. Up to shoot me up. You never reach me, right? Yeah. Great.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't.
All right.
Thank you so much.
That sounds great. So is this?
I really love that. No, I didn't want to put you in a weird. I have a lot of experience background. Always talk about. Yeah. I don't have.
That's the point. That's how
Great.
really unclear elements.
No, I know. It's always. Yeah, all right, great to see you.
Yes. I just.
I hope I represent you. Oh, it was great. Oh, gosh.
I was trying to.
I just wanted to thank you for having me. Thanks for inviting me. No, I enjoyed it. I have to leave after lunch. So sorry, I gotta go prepare for my class this afternoon. Oh no, I appreciate it. That's fun.
Thank you.
All right. What's your students?
I'm fine.
Great, but
Yes, come along, okay.
Great. I'm working for the National Studies Terrorism also. Yeah, where are you at?
So, I've got two hats.
I heard about it. Yes. No, it's okay. So yeah, like this. No, that's just the one I'm Oh, thank you. Oh, you started to push it was actually because you were enjoying
Okay, I just want to say, I'm Joe Dunn. We have a coffee schedule for next week. I'm working with everyone on this. One thing you say, not that you actually saying you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I guess at that level, yeah. Like Vance, I was traveling over the weekend, so I've got another meeting to get to. No, thank you. Yeah, great to meet you. Yes, I'll look forward to it. Yeah, thanks. All right, thanks again. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, yeah. She's on the behavioral.
Okay. Great. All right. Yeah, take care. Thanks.
Sorry. Sounds
So yes, you do want to leave the card?
We already shared the phone number.
Sorry,
I feel like there's a lot.
You're attacking
Oh, no. This is where I'm making a mess.
If that's so, then that's great. It's nice to meet you.
I was in the European meeting with so there's someone at the desk asking, what is this? Do you go there every day or give me your
I work with,
information?
well, I mean, 5 days a month, but I work.
Patience, balloon.
No, it was me.
Because balloon and
Sure. With help.
yes.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you're able to make it.
Yeah. So I work with collection development. And it's up to date.
Elbasan Lab is a great dish. He goes, yeah, that's their national dish.
Resources.
I was in Kosovo 2 days. And that's
it's an interesting time. It always has.
With Serbia and Croatia, are they?
We didn't know.
They're all Slavs.
I was there for 7 years.
Then the division is religion. Croatians are Catholic.
May I ask what?
I started in VHP and then I went to
They don't recognize the Pope.
They're still.
Oh, I know Travis. You know Travis?
Yeah.
So Travis took my, I kind of groomed Travis to be a Travis.
Istanbul is the head of the Eastern Orthodox.
When I was in European the other day, it was with Travis and then on the way to see Lena.
Because they have.
Selena Gomez. Oh,
It's an old friend. I'm like, we came in the library at the same time. We both started the same year. So that's why I was there. But yeah, I mean, I think when I was there, it was Grant Harris who was in charge of New York.
When he died, well,
But we still ran politics.
Well, the library is like Hotel California. You can check out, but you never leave. I'm there all the time too. I wrote my book there, or I go back and meet with people there all the time. Actually, I did an event with the State Department there. Libraries.
But that's wonderful to hear. I'm still.
Why did Tito?
Look at Libya.
In library
Feels like
time,
nothing,
it's nothing.
exactly.
I was always told that you have to get the 10
Yes.
before you actually get accepted as an actual library employee. So I didn't make it.
I mean, it sounds like you're still.
They want to rule. Yeah, I mean, I had,
Say we just use.
so many people at the library who I know and remember. I haven't been there. Early. I left 9 quarter than that.
So that it's.
Left 8.5 years ago. There's still dozens of people there that I still know. This is like kind of like a family.
Comes, very close.
Yeah.
Um,
So do you sit there where Catalina sits? In that upper level there?
So European meeting room. Oh, okay. You're talking about the ship. Yes. Her office is all the way at the end of the hall.
Yeah.
Mine is all across from Angela.
Ah, Angela's still there?
Angela's still there. Honestly, it's great that Angela's there.
There's some graspers over there that came. Is there not more? I think Averill had.
We got done and I said, go ahead and eat. Oh, no. You go. I go, no. Because they're so polite. Library is a gem. I just really hope that they touch it. Let them play with all the other stuff. Just leave the library alone. I think I'm going to go.
Yeah, I don't
And
know.
how did you learn about this?
Next year.
Chime in later. If it doesn't.
That's
Well, I think that there's rumbling. Library. All in more, you
Okay.
I'm not going, I'm still doing taxes.
Widespread firing and fires. Would that part of the process? Probably not.
Last year, the
Coordinator. Oh, you're fine. We're like during lunch.
all right. Awesome. Thank you.
You've been in any of the old Yugoslavia? You've been in any of the old Yugoslavia?
Sorry, my hands are so cold.
All the other countries I've been to are second or third. In Western.
If Yugoslavia was one country today, it'd be amazing. Croatia coastline is incredible. They've got mountains, they got wine, they got food. Beautiful.
Did you have any preferences split over aside from the Roman road?
Overrun Turks. Completely. It's an incredible place. That's where they filmed Game of Thrones.
No, she's called me. I have to watch the first season.
Yeah, a couple episodes. You're really a good time of year.
I'm still amazed that you're charging 30 euros just to walk on the perimeter. It probably charges nothing when you're
I'm Bruce.
I'm Rebecca. I work currently for the government border security. Yes, yeah. I am from the US, yes. I work with the Balkans.
From Bucharest.
Yeah, my family is.
Oh, you told me.
Yeah.
Mike, she wants you to tell you.
Tell you guys.
Oh, very good. Were you in Romania at all? Wow. Okay. Did you spend time in Romania?
Awesome project. My wife is Romanian.
Oh, she is.
2 years ago, I was there for 4.5 months.
My family's from the Brasov area. Brasov.
Yeah. I studied Romania with the National War College.
Oh. You attended the National War College?
With the National War College. Here in the States, we picked Romania, Bulgaria, 6 countries to study. That was back in 2004. So they were still, countries were very open to National War College. And the politicians, the government, the military, the news media, and the students, and they all just hated each other. The news media hated politicians, politicians hated the military. It was interesting to get the candid opinions about and so it's still trying to figure out democracy because prior to going there, countries like crazy, and they were still in news media people that were reporting politicians stealing money or lying or whatever, and fantastic. My wife still has family straight. No, I've gone to school there for a year. I work with the DOD, I work with the State Department, in Russia, back and forth, Saudi Arabia, Israel, Sudan, Germany, Toronto.
And I'm coming and I have no connection at all. That's my Croatia.
It's a magical read. So I think you're gonna love it. Yeah, and it's underrated.
I just wish I'd done 10 years earlier before I started.
Yeah. Thankfully, it didn't spread to like Bosnia, Herzegovina, and primarily Croatia. I think, like I said, you're going a good time of the year. If you were going in July, it would be another story. Yeah.
Have you been to Kosovo?
Yeah, I have.
Where'd you go?
I went to Pristina, the capital, and then I went to the capital of Prizren.
I was there.
Yeah?
That's the only place I did.
Prizren?
Well, I bussed in, and coming out, I went through capital.
Yeah, Pristina, yeah.
Oh, no, what's the biggest city in the world?
Oh, Bulgaria is Montenegro. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I missed them.
They're all so close to each other. You probably drove through all the countries.
Kosovo is very small.
Oh, okay. Were you there for work or for holiday? A recovery.
So I got the whole 7.
No, I feel like I end up meeting so many people.
Yeah, I haven't.
Everybody says so familiar.
I work with her.
Fair. I mean, pretty much
Amazing.
also related event to
I was also
to go to, so it could just even. So you've been here, what was it, 6 months? Very interesting time to be here.
I think much I love it. For a long time, maybe not.
If I go to Mostar, can I do it by myself? We were discussing. Really? You can just take a bus, like the next transportation.
The border crossing.
The irony has been, I've been so focused, so I've been so focused on state.
Depending, just you're going a good time of year, but
you need a.
Domestically, I'm like, have a partnerships.
You should.
But.
I don't think so.
Oh, we've already.
I don't. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be beautiful then.
No.
Where are you going?
Well, I'm flying in and out of Stockholm. I decided to take the flight there. Flying from it takes 8 hours.
Sure.
Bus trip, or even longer by train to
But down the coast with immigration.
But you spend enough time.
You're the superior, Jason.
Yeah, how are you? Jason Steinbauer.
Oh, yeah.
Jason, good to meet you.
I look up to you as the best Jason around.
You would write on social media. Oh, you had the right Jason.
The other Jason. There's a lot of them.
You're the superior.
The superior. Thank you. Whatever. Whatever. I gotta go.
Thank you for being here.
See you guys. Thanks for having me.
So at some point, I want to get an actual better grasp of what you were saying, because it sounded super interesting. I told them to be quiet.
That's what I heard. It's a very.
Ljubljana is also another because there's this one architect who helped do so much. It's this incredible reed bridge designed with star lights.
We aren't like funding.
If you go to Lake Glen,
So, and that's been very. Unfortunately, not very.
oh, blending in your mind. Remember which.
Yeah. Spend my time.
Is there a hospital?
They will. It's just, it's hard.
On this right there.
Just to
It ran out over there.
covered. It's
You said you work in international development?
I think we're international security, but I do development work. Yeah.
Are you at?
I do
No, I'm independent.
oh, you're programs this year.
You're not affected by these cutbacks.
Oh yeah, all of our programs are
Really?
I'm starting to get some waivers for certain programs, so we'll see what is impacted, how long. It's unclear.
It's quite ironic, things like talk about building, other stuff, and then if they cut back, yeah, that's kind of finding something or cutting off something.
Are you a government employee?
I'm currently a contractor now.
So contact.
So I'm embedded, I'm quick will, but yeah, we lost a lot of our staff, yeah. But our programs are funded
through yeah, kind of, but it was like a little.
Gazim? Gazim? Can you hear us?
Like currently, was he just?
I think your mic is muted, but I don't know if it's coming from us or from you.
No, I think it should be working now.
Very nice seeing you, Gazim. Përshëndetje.
Përshëndetje Jeta.
E kishtu edhe një adhurues që po don me të përshëndet.
Përshëndetje frymëzimi. Përshëndetje. Unë nuk po e shoh skon, po përmes zonit, po kam vështirë me njoft. Okay. Përshëndetje.
Geopolitical crises.
It is a little bit worse than I feel like that. It's just taking me a while to get to where
Went to the archives. Like -30. On the wait list.
Yeah.
I asked the lady today when I was at the archives. Show my badge. She said, "Yeah." I don't know if they had read it.
I barely even looked at the weather today.
The small liberal arts college.
Now I'm like,
They have a ribbon station. It's supposed to be.
I went to a liberal arts college. So
And that was supposed to be. How you doing today too?
Hi.
Have you been? Supposed to be introduced by the archivist. The archivist.
This is Pablo.
Pablo. Oh, hi.
Yes, I covered PeaceCon.
Oh, yeah.
We've interviewed you for a number of articles because I
Yeah,
have two hats on. I
know,
work
I know.
here and I work.
Oh, no, I know. You guys do a lot of great work with that. So. I forget who was the woman that I worked with for a long time.
Usually it's probably Kate Roth.
Yeah. Oh, she was awesome.
Yeah, she's loving a piece in Australia on solutions journalism.
She was so good.
Yeah, she's great.
Tell her I said hi.
Yeah, she worked 5 years.
Yeah. Well, I mean, now would be a good time for you.
Actually, I recently wrote a piece on the
Send us anything. We'll make sure it gets out.
Will do.
But also,
I recently wrote a piece on development and peace building and the effect of dismantlement of the USAID and the foreign aid freeze. I actually relied a bit on the draft speaking points that Nick was sending out and the
send
press
it to
statement.
us, so we'll make sure we'll push it out. I mean, anything you guys have, we'll push it out. But yeah, also let's connect because we're also looking at like how we modernize. I mean, like it sucks what's happening, but right. And let's see how we can push our issues forward.
Yeah.
Right.
My background's in public history. How many organizations out of like 200 or so are affected? Almost half of them probably.
A lot are affected.
Yeah, some of the examples and the talking points were dramatic. All the programming by AFP member groups that has been stopped.
But it got turned back on now.
Did it now?
Well, yeah, they have to. Anything they terminated before Thursday is terminated. Anything that they terminated after Thursday, anything now, they have to stop. So that's what's happening right now. But lots of programs in Kosovo, right? Yeah. Where are you from, then?
I'm from the Iranian. Grew up in Canada, but I've been here for about.
Yeah, no, I knew that. I just want your background.
Yeah.
Still in. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. You saw what Trump and Netanyahu were talking about, right?
There. Yeah.
What does that mean?
Right. Yeah. Well, I think it could be.
Bad. No, I know. But
I'm a like. But I don't want them to like attack as a lot of civilians like that as well.
So you can smell a leak.
Like to have democratic change.
Which are all over the place.
Definitely not food bombing. That never goes well.
all it does is impart the population, right? I mean, I don't know how popular is the regime.
The young people, like maybe 20% of people. No one knows for sure. Yes.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
So good. I'm really glad to hear that helped. Send it to me. I'm sorry, your name is
Pablo.
Pablo. Okay, sorry.
And the Spanish.
Yeah, I grew up in Miami.
I grew up in Spain. So.
Okay, so yeah, let's connect. I'm sure you're connecting it with Nick. Yeah.
I mean, not directly. I just copy his homework.
Okay,
I
but
quote.
but let's get there. Cameron, we need you guys. So yeah. All right, thanks.
Hello, everyone. We're going to start in a couple of minutes, so please come and sit. We'll just give everyone another minute to please come and have a seat, and we'll get started with our third panel. Welcome, everyone, to our third and final panel of this conference on US-Kosovo relations and public diplomacy. We've had two fascinating panels so far, really exploring this relationship, looking at the past, looking at the future. And this particular panel, we're going to focus on the theme of peace building. Of course, Kosovo is in a, I don't know if you want to call it frozen conflict, maybe that's one way to look at it, but obviously there's ongoing tensions, and these play out directly within its country, with its neighbor, and more broadly geopolitically with a kind of, the last panel talked about this, with a kind of multipolar world, and Kosovo more obviously historically and currently in the US camp with, the other geopolitical rivals on the other side. So how can we move from this reality to a situation of long-term positive peace with Kosovo's neighbor? This is one of the topics we're going to look at in today's panel. So we're lucky to have three excellent panelists. So I will just start by introducing them. My name is Babak Bahadur. I'm the director of the Institute of Public Diplomacy and Global Communication, and I'm based at George Washington University. I'm going to moderate this panel. And I apologize if I get the names wrong. I've asked a couple of times what they are, but I have a bad memory, so I may get them wrong anyways. Our first panelist is Sise Jaffa, is a New York-based artist from Kosovo, known for his exploration of social, economic, and political issues in contemporary society. His works addresses the complexities of modern life, examining how these forces intersect with various aspects of cultural and human experience. His work has been presented internationally around the world at many exhibitions, and he's received multiple awards, but I won't go into the details that's provided in his profile. Next, we have Elizabeth Hume, who's the executive director of the Alliance for Peacebuilding. She's an international lawyer and conflict expert with more than 25 years of experience in senior leadership positions. And she's also, again, had experience around the world, but from 1997 to 2001, she was seconded by the US Department of State for the Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and in Kosovo. So she's had experience in Kosovo as well. Excuse me. And then our final speaker, who will be joining us from Ireland, is Professor Jezim Visoka. He's an associate professor of peace and conflict studies at Dublin City University. He holds a PhD in politics and international relations. His research focuses on post-conflict peace building and state building, transitional justice, global governance, foreign policy, and diplomatic recognition.
And he's also written and co-edited 10 books, including one which was published in 2017 called Shaping Peace in Kosovo, so directly on this topic of peace in Kosovo. So with that, I will, this panel, we're gonna have a slightly different approach to the last one. We're gonna have a number of questions, and our speakers will provide shorter answers to these questions. So the first question I want to present to our panelists is, please tell us about your relevant background in relation to Kosovo and your experience with the Kosovo conflict and peace building efforts. And I believe we're going to show a video for your work to start off with, right, for your answer? Is that correct?
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for invitation, Yeta and Babak and University. And I'm very pleased to be an honor to address today to the George Washington University. So I was first of all thinking, as Wittgenstein saying, the fact is the world. And we as an artist, we do not make peace building. Like we don't build peace. We question the realities, but we can stimulate to think. We can create a space where absence of freedom, and we can create somehow more some dynamic, challenging towards the vision of the future. So what I choose today to show some works that relate to where I come from, because where I come from is sacred to me, when I'm born. But I am a perfect traitor, because to say to trade, like to betrayed, it's really bad word, especially where we come from. But as a human, I live now in New York. Today I'm from Washington. Next day I can be from San Diego. So I'm a perfect traitor, and I'm very proud to be. Second thing, I would like to start with some works that I can share with you how different approach and with using different media becomes some kind of monument at the time that unconsciously might invent his own time. But it's not my choice, it's not my aim, it's a process to come. So can we go on to the first image? Thank you. So, okay, so I can maybe till when she find a way to go to the next. First of all, this is a place where, especially in this university, ideas are not merely exchanged, but interrogated. We live in time when our understanding of freedom, identity, and love is being challenged, commodified, and the time when even weaponized. In this landscape, the role of the artist is more critical than ever, not just as a creator, but as a navigator of meaning, a builder of the bridges, and visionaries for peace. Now, we invite you to reflect how these forces, freedom, identity, love, are not merely abstract ideals, but the foundation upon which we construct our shared humanity. And more important, I ask, how can art serve as a force to peace, for peace, in a world that's often resisted? So the contradiction to it. So freedom, it's a word that but we rarely question. We speak of its humanity's greatest ideal, yet also most persistent illusion. We live in illusion of we are free, but we live with idea of freedom, which is more important than the reality itself. Of course, some people will disagree with me, but are we truly free? Are we somehow determined by consumer society how we should act, how we should talk? Let's say today we have wonderful guest here with ties. But because it's a costume, it's a uniform, that we should respect that. But do you feel free? If I will ask Babak, are you Babak? You will come like this. He will say, well, yeah, because I was forced. But if I would like, I'll maybe come with one T-shirt. So again, it's questionable. But again, this modern discourse of the freedom mostly reduce of freedom to choice, the ability to act, decide, and to consume. But true freedom is not about the choice. It's about the meaning. And to me, when we think free differently, or do the structures around us dictate our thoughts? Are we free to love? Or our desires shaped by force beyond our control? Are we free to create? Do we really respond to what the market demands? So it's really interesting how we can relate our act, the freedom as an act of practice, and to understand where we stand with the time and space. So this is a piece that I would like to connect directly with. I did in Biennale of Venice, 97, and was actually I present Pavilion of Kosovo, and this piece highlight the missing people in Kosovo, both Albanian, Serbs, Romas, all the people. And to me, it's really important when the art go beyond of the media, because today contemporary societies has lost sense of the future. When you think in the past, human actions are guided by long-term vision. Today, culture is dominated by immediate consumer driving present. And we cannot think the future without recognizing the past. But because the past can tell us that we exist, therefore we question. And it's nothing static, it's everything moving. This is one of the questions that I raised through one piece, and it's called Lost and Found, because in Kosovo today, we have still 1,586 people missing. And our north neighbor still don't recognize that we exist first, and the second thing, do not even have one monument in Serbia, inside to Serbia, that say, yes, my grandfather did something to this country. And at least acknowledge. And that to me, it's somehow, I always question myself how we as a new generation coming up can challenge this kind of nationalism, which is a form of insecurity as production of today the world, because we live today in consumerism. So it's impossible today. You can be patriot, nationalist if you, like in France. I was talking yesterday to France. France is really nationalist, but in what base are nationalists? They are nationalists because they produce wonderful champagne. You know, but wonderful champagne, and Italy Chianti and all this cheeses and stuff. Today, patriotism, it's related. What we produce, something distinguished, something unique. We don't need anymore Trump, let's say, the sculptures in the city or lake. No, we don't need this. We have to produce something. So because we have such creative young people, children, who are coming with amazing ideas, but we need to give a form and to become competitive into our world. And that automatically can produce something distinguished where we come from. Art, that can help. Creativity can help. Even in the politics as well. It can stimulate. Second image, if you can go. Sorry, can you go on the second image? So this is another piece, okay? So it's called Lost and Found. And of course, I try to avoid the rhetoric, not to show the blood, not to show things, as CNN, BBC, and all this show. So I try to put in different dimensions as become as an experience, the art become as experience. And you can bring in different dimensions. Because for me, art, I don't know if you agree, is only democracy that exists. Literature, visual art, the music. Everything else in politics, for me, is bullshit. But when come to art, it's all because they leave you the space with your sensibility to approach something really unique. And you give, and that solitude of approach is becoming something special. And when you read again, let's say, Marquez tomorrow, they will tell you something different. But that is the power of the art. Now, go next. This is another piece I did in in Switzerland, in Zurich. It's a permanent piece. And when you sit there, you become a glowing lamp. Actually asked me, because they first because there was a jury, and of course there was critics and curators that choose this piece, and they asked me, is that something to do with Israel and Palestine? I'm talking about 2009. I said, no, it's not. It's about resistance, because we resist to exist. Existential. So we resist to exist maybe for one coffee. It's not about any more resistance just to think physically as a human, but become primordial to think that we exist. Maybe we resist towards the good cheese. I resist towards good pasta. Maybe but this is about resistance. Should not be one only geographically to think and somehow to put us in narrow mind of thinking, but it's human. And then when say to me, but how just in case the slingshot, because it's not slingshot, it's just a lamp. Maybe it's something else. I don't know even what I did. However, they said, what is direction if this becomes stone into it? I said, well, and I am not good in computer, nothing. I just have email. But I asked your assistant to make me in Google Map to see how the direction will go. This is Zurich. And he put direction directly going towards the city hall of Zurich. That direction was. And jury was, oh my God, it was like afraid. But then I said, if you pull more elastic, they'll go directly to Kosovo. They love it. And then we'll go into Turkey. This is just art. So I just, to me, this idea of creating this kind of stereotyping artwork is so limited. And this is not about what at least we believe in creativity. So second, go on. So when you sit there, as you can see, is becoming glowing lamp, and the three colors. It's orange, white, and yellow. It's like ice cream, ice cream. When you eat ice cream, three colors of ice cream. Gone. This is a permanent piece in Zurich, whoever goes. So it's first community love this piece. So even jury by the community choose this piece as well. So for them become kind of now become how you get like heritage of the city, contemporary city by the city, but city borough of the Zurich. Go on next. So I don't want to stop. This is another piece it's important for me, but I wanted to share with you. In Kosovo, when we born and we passed through extremely violence, police violence and stuff, talking about 98, 90, before even 81 and so on. And this is a piece I transformed police station into a very luxury place in Belgium. And so if you can see, the police is working there, and you go to the police station, it's transformed in a very luxury place. So that means you are already part of installation. And of course, it's a police work. And so police could not understand. People was a little bit disoriented because of coming to police and they find out such beautiful police. But the police in end is like, maybe can be your brother, your sister who is doing his own work. But in end, you raise a question to question the truth. Is this truth? And you go to police station already involved and you're looking for the truth. So, I'm sorry.
Can we have the other speakers rotate a little more?
Yeah,
of course, but thank you so much.
No, absolutely. Yeah, please. Sorry, because
No, it's okay.
don't control time. Thank you so much.
So what did you do?
The first question is, tell us about your relevant
It's okay.
background in relation to Kosovo and your experience with the Kosovo conflict and peace building efforts.
Okay, so I got to Kosovo. I was actually going back and forth. I was in Sarajevo. I was seconded by the State Department at the OSCE. I was the legal counsel there. And I was going back and forth prior to the bombings and got there right after everybody came back in. And I was there for about 2 years. And the OSCE was part of the UN peacekeeping mission, and I think we were Pillar 3. So we were focusing in on democracy, elections, and I had worked a lot on UN Resolution 1244 prior, going back and forth to Vienna as well. And the whole goal was to not make the same mistakes that we had done in Bosnia, which we had come in a very top-down heavy approach in terms of governance. So we were trying to do things differently.
So there would be, you know, they would, and in any department, you would have a co-person there, a co-international, and they were giving things back and trying to have a lot more governance that wasn't so top down and heavy, and that was being handed over more. So that was that's how we went in trying to think about what we were going to do, not make the same mistakes that we had in Bosnia. It was, I can tell you I remember one of the first nights there that I got there after the conflict was over. And I don't know many of you and I don't even actually know if the OSCE mission is still where it is today. Is it still? It's not in the same place. But you know the big building with the restaurant on top? And the elevators were always out. We had to walk up the floors all the time. We were in great shape. We had a big party that night. And all the Kosovar Albanians that were working for the mission were there, and it was the most incredible party, dancing and drinking, and I had colleagues come up to me and say, "This is the first party we've been to, like, openly and celebrating, and you have no idea what this means to us." And I was much younger and much naiver, thrilled to be part of that. But I have to tell you, the shine came off pretty fast because of the violence toward Serbs that were still in Kosovo. And that became really difficult for those of us in the mission because, the violence, while you can understand it, you understand it, but it is still really, really difficult to have that happen when you are there in a peacekeeping mission. So that I think, and then the intra fighting amongst Albanian political parties was incredibly difficult. We had to actually set up with KFOR a political violence task force. A lot of candidates in Rogova's party were being killed. So we had to bring in people at the highest levels of the US government and bring the political parties together to say, you have to stop. So you had intra-conflict happening, and then you had obviously inter-conflict. And that was really where we were. And we were trying, okay, how do you try to reconcile this country? How do you keep it as a country? And I know, I'm sure you've all talked about the northern provinces, the 3 northern provinces. And when we met this morning, or when we met just recently, you said, yeah, things have really changed. And I said, yeah, things have really changed, and some things have stayed the same, right? And so you talked about it. We're locked into this frozen conflict right now. I came back and worked for the US government, the US Agency for International Development, and helped them start up the Office of Conflict Management and Mitigation, which my region was also at the time, the Balkans, and spent a lot of time out there doing conflict assessments. And today, many of our members, so the Alliance for Peacebuilding is a membership-based organization. We have over 225 members. Many of them do work in Kosovo, like IREX, for example. The bulk of the work, when you go and look at it, is really focused on livelihoods. And it's exactly what you just said, that economic development livelihood piece of it. And I know that there is lots of work that's being done in terms of mediation and what happens with the northern provinces. That's really the key, right? That is the key to kind of unfreezing, getting Serbia to recognize Kosovo, figuring out what you do, especially in those 3 northern provinces. And there's also a lot of work that's going on with, obviously, the electric. I don't know if Kosovo A and B are still running. They barely ran when I was there. But a lot of work going into, obviously, you can't do that work unless you have sustainable energy, that's clean energy. So that's a lot of the work that's going on that I know a lot of our members are doing as well. But I also want to say, I know more peacekeepers have been sent in. And one of the things that we don't talk a lot about, but we're starting to really understand is this neuroscience piece of it, conflict in the brain, right? And how it gets passed down, the trauma. And one thing that I thought, and I'm also going to say this as someone with a lot of humility. I always tell the story. Does anybody remember what happened in around November, December of the year 2000? Does anybody remember what was going on here in the United States? Gore v. Bush, right? I was in Kosovo when that election happened, and the hanging Chad and all of that. And as I was walking through the UN, halls of the UN and the OSCE, I'd have people from all over the world coming up to me and saying, "Are you okay? Is your country okay? Is your country going to be okay?" And I looked at them and thought it was crazy. I'm like, of course it's going to be okay. To go to the Supreme Court. It may not go to the Supreme Court. I might not agree with it, or I might agree with it. We'll move on. We'll have elections in 4 more years. Things have changed a lot in the US since then, and I wouldn't be able to say that today. So I come here also with a lot of humility of a lot of us that went there thinking we knew what to do. We don't. And also one of the things that we learned is it's not going to be a one and done. It's going to be a process. And we understand a lot more now about, I call it our brains on conflict. I will say one thing that I think in some regards is different than those of us in the US is the history in the Balkans. And I used to have a joke. I would sit down in the minister's office and I was like, okay, we can start at about 1940s, but we can't go back any further because we're not going to have any time. So I became an expert. I am an expert on Balkan history because I heard it so many times from so many different ways. And so I think with regard when we're talking about peace building as well, how does that brain on conflict, that neuroscience also fit into it? Because a lot of the work is really focusing in on the infrastructure, livelihoods, creating that thing. So I'll leave it at that.
We will go on to our third panelist. Maybe you can make that bigger. Thanks so much.
Hello, can you hear me? All
Yes,
good?
thank you.
Yeah, great. Thanks to Cecil and to Elizabeth. Really interesting perspectives and stories. So my name is Gizim Visoka, so I was born in Kosovo after the death of Tito, and sort of my story really began being educated in the Kosovo's parallel education system in the 90s. So that was kind of a bit of a shock to experience 2 parallel societies in Kosovo. One where Serbs would sort of control public space, education, jobs, and the other one where we Albanians would be taught in private settings as private schools with parents with no jobs and security, and a resemblance of a state, a shadow state in exile with some elements on the ground, the Rugova sort of peaceful resistance. And then I was in Kosovo throughout the war as an internally displaced person. I was 13 years old when the war happened. NATO intervened 2 days after my birthday, and I remember sort of the shock we had, but also the joy that we experienced. So those kind of early memories really had an impact on my upbringing and my later intellectual trajectory and journey, because after the war, I was educated under the UN administration, which again sort of was a change of culture, jurisdiction, and expectations. And then I left Kosovo to study in the UK just after the independence. My experience sort of during that period in Kosovo, from 2000 to 2008, has been mostly as an activist, as a peace activist. So I've worked for a couple of years on the local level on youth activism, and that was the phase where the UN and other donors were kind of committed to social reconstruction and sort of infrastructural reconstruction of Kosovo. And then later, I've worked at the national level with volunteer organizations such as Balkan Sunflowers or a few other movements on multi-ethnic projects. And that sort of really was the period where I was deeply involved in multi-ethnic cooperation, sort of meeting with youth and young people of Serb nationality, Roma, and other minorities. And so that kind of gave me a really first-hand experience of how the international community tried to build peace in Kosovo, as well as how sort of groups that previously wouldn't talk to one another started building bridges. And then eventually I worked for a bit for UN agencies, which really gave me a flavor of how rich sort of UN agencies and organizations would operate compared to sort of smaller local ones. So this really sort of rich, diverse experience really stimulated my thinking on sort of trying to understand my own past, but also Kosovo's story as it was unfolding. So I embarked in a journey to study abroad, initially as part of a Chevening scholarship in the UK, and then eventually landed in Ireland to do my doctoral studies. And ever since I've been stuck studying Kosovo, among other cases, where basically I'm trying to make sense of the present history of Kosovo, but also of the past, my own story, and the story of Kosovo society. So I work on the intersection of sort of diplomacy and peace building, and then over the years I've zoomed out to look comparatively Kosovo with other cases. So I suppose what my then preceding comments would be about are basically on my kind of foundational understanding of Kosovo conflict, based on my own experience, as well as my unique position as sort of insider and outsider of Kosovo, as a researcher who is often seen as a local scholar, but over time, it's been about 15 years since I'm out of Kosovo permanently, being also seen as an outsider. And I've been sort of lucky, but also quite a position in a quite challenging sort of place in academia, trying to navigate the two sort of sides of local perspectives versus international perspectives. And a lot of my writing and published work is about trying to make sense of both perspectives and offer rather a unique critique of the sort of the fallacies, shortfalls, but also challenges that the international community has faced in Kosovo. So I'll leave it there in terms of sort of my background. But yeah, my engagement with peace building is at the level of activist, researcher, and in some instances as consultant on policy making.
Thank you, everyone, for your initial set of answers. I now want to dig a little deeper into the conflict and trying to achieve positive peace out of the status quo. So the question is, how do you define the Kosovo conflict currently? What do you see as the main obstacles to building positive peace? And how can these obstacles be overcome? So perhaps in your answers, Sitjal, you can answer or address the role artists play in potentially in reconciliation, building positive peace. Perhaps identify some examples of how this is happening in Kosovo today. Liz, perhaps you can talk about the Alliance for Peace Building's members who are working on bottom-up peace building. Unfortunately, you were saying that many of them are having financial problems now, given what's happened with the funding of USAID. But nonetheless, what were some of the very successful examples of bottom-up peace building between the different communities there? And then Zezim, if you can maybe talk about your book a little bit further, and any topic from there that you think is relevant to answering the question would be very insightful, I think, for us.
So Kosovo has a unique position because we have a lot of data on conflicts, a lot of data, the Fragile State Index, the Institute for Economics for Peace, you can go on and on and on and on. But Google Fragile State Index Kosovo, and it will tell you they don't rank it because it's not a recognized country under the UN. So we have a bit of a less information formally than we do for other countries. What's, how is their trust scores? How's their resilience score? You can find a lot of information if you look up like the crisis group and others, but you're not seeing that data trending like you see in other countries, where you can actually see countries go up and down. So that's kind of one of the first problems we have. But again, it's small enough that we know a lot of what's happening there. So a lot of our members are working at that grassroots level and up. I mentioned IREX, for example, that's working on livelihoods programming. UNDP is there. Unfortunately, yeah, all the programs have got a stop work order right now. There was a court case, so hopefully things will get turned back on. But I'm sure many of the programs were terminated already, because this government, the Trump administration, will look at things. Does it make the US safer, stronger, and more prosperous through that lens? And we don't know how Kosovo is going to come out there. We know obviously there's a geopolitical reason why we're in Kosovo, because of Russia. But we don't know. We just don't know what's going to happen. So I don't know what's going to happen with those programs. Are they going to be deemed to make us safer, stronger, more prosperous? So that's the first thing. So yes, a lot of the programs were going towards, if you look them up, and a lot of them are, you can't get on the USAID page, so you'd have to go to the individual programs, organizations that are working there. But really some humanitarian assistance. But like I said, really focusing in on the job sector, livelihood, the power grid, looking at it from that perspective. And that's all really, really important, but it's not going to get you to peace until you address the issues in the north with the 3 northern provinces or municipalities and what happens to them. And that, I think, is the question that the international community has to be working more strongly with Serbia and Kosovo to see how does Serbia get acknowledged. I'm sorry, how Kosovo gets acknowledged. How what is the agreement on those 3 northern provinces in terms of autonomy or whatever is decided. Without that, it's just going to be the same. You're just going to be doing the same. I believe that there is less intra-conflict within Kosovo, but that is the key in terms of deciding, sort of its future and how you unfreeze this conflict. I wouldn't even say it's a frozen conflict. I would say it is an ongoing conflict. So again, the programming has to be turned back on there and has to be doing all the things that I just talked about. But at the same time, you have to get at the but-for cause now of what's holding things back. I don't know about you, but it's been a really long time. I'm a lot older now, and we've reached a global violent conflict records from 2018. And we have to start turning the tide on the fragility and the conflict globally. And this is an area that I know it goes back generations, but we have to start turning the tide on some of these conflicts, and that means people are not going to get everything that they want. But we do have to address, these but-for drivers of it and keep the programming that's going on.
So first, I thank you, but I maybe say something in regards to in the 3 provinces of North. It's not problem. It's not problem North. Problem is the Serbia, because do not recognize Kosovo that exists. So how can you embrace 2% of minority, which our richest part of it? Absolutely, we should think of this, because minority is the richest part of any society. But how they can be part of society of Kosovo when they are blackmailed by the Serbia? Think how many election went through. They went like Bulgarian train. If is anybody from Bulgaria know what is Bulgaria mean? Train voting one party because the leader of Serbia said yes. So this is a problem. They have to come within democracy, inside first of the Serbs, and understand reality. Kosovo is nowhere to go. Is that for them as well? If they want to embrace. No. We all just talking. So, and Baba can intervene that, okay? Because does intervene to me, 2 minutes is enough. So please do that. But I want to say this, and how we can build this peace. First of all, that we exist, we breathe. Because when you talk to somebody like this, and he said, I do not accept you that you exist, that means I'm talking to invisible man. To somebody that don't talk, don't breathe. And how can I talk to you? It's not possible. Let's be clear here. Let's leave hypocrisy aside. Kosovo is reality. Basta. In Italian, say basta, pasta. Sorry. Then, how artists can really do something more to create that peace? Of course, peace often is understood as the absence of conflict. Peace is not negation of that quality. It's a shallow definition, but it's creation. And this is something they should think of that. And how the love, that power of most radical force is cultivated. Because like a pain, it's unpredictable. We don't understand what the pain means, but they exist. Love, it's only freedom that you can find yourself. It's love because it's something that you cannot rationalize. It's something powerful to you. Maybe after will become rationalized. We think economy will be interest and everything. But in the moment of time when there's a chemistry going on, that is a power. Thank you.
And Jazim, what would you say?
Yeah, thanks. So I suppose my definition of Kosovo conflict is one which is about statehood and self-determination, with elements of ethnic conflict or dispute. Obviously, I wouldn't consider Kosovo a frozen conflict or ongoing conflict. I think that's just too alarmist, and there's sufficient evidence to measure peace in Kosovo, regardless of the fact that it's not captured by the foreign, the fragile peace index. And I'm very skeptical of these sort of gradable mechanisms, because they just sort of tend to keep countries in that trajectory. So it scores much better than many other countries who are part of the UN and have gone through perhaps peaceful episodes. So I suppose my understanding of the Kosovo conflict and obstacles to peace is that from the outset, the international community never made up their mind about Kosovo. And that sort of ambiguity, that dualism has to date and still persists. They haven't made up their mind whether they're intervening in Kosovo to liberate Kosovo Albanians or to punish Milosevic. They haven't made up their mind whether the UN administration is about sort of granting Kosovo recognition and some sort of statehood, or preparing it for autonomy and reincorporation within Serbia. After independence, they haven't made up their mind whether Kosovo should be part of the EU, NATO, and UN, and thus kept the country in a limbo. Later on with NATO, and so on and so forth. So there is this big crisis of sort of international determination about Kosovo, or clarity on what do they want to do with the country. And I think that is a foundational problem which to date haunts both the international community and Kosovo, including ethnic groups. So for about 25 years, we've had peace building without peacemaking in Kosovo, which is very much counterintuitive. Usually you have a sort of termination of war, a peace settlement or some sort of agreement or a comprehensive sort of pathway to govern the post-conflict period. In Kosovo, 1244 resolution hardly sort of can be considered as a peacemaking agreement because it was imposed and never sort of agreed by Serbia or Kosovo per se. Albanians were more affirmative and acceptable to international administration, but Serbia for a number of years directly challenged the authority of UN and NATO in Kosovo, the K4, and jeopardized any effort to build that post-conflict order on the grounds that it was an annexation, an aggression, and something that they would never agree to. So the story of peace building in Kosovo is this sort of ambiguous story of really trying to forge an agenda for peace without really having a mutually agreed comprehensive settlement between parties. And at the center of that sort of ambiguity was the question of Kosovo's independence or recognition. And that sort of then has haunted this process of trying to reconcile groups and their past without really recognizing what has happened, both at the individual level, community level, and the societal level. We've had efforts to prosecute crimes without atonement, remorse, and apology. Again, really counterintuitive sort of processes, which I think not only led to failures, but also laid the foundations for blockages and obstacles to peace. So in my work and the book that Babak, you mentioned, Shaping Peace in Kosovo, what was published in 2017, I look at carefully and closely sort of how peace building really became an endeavor about sort of trying to deal with the consequences of intervention rather than root causes of conflict. So international community changed from one policy to the other, not to really resolve the foundational problems in Kosovo, but to mitigate or deal with the problems that occurred as they were sort of, unfolding these policies, starting from the policy of multi-ethnicity initially, and then decentralization of power to empower Serb minorities, and then trying to implement the Ahtisaari package, and then trying to sort of, go back and deal with wider autonomy for Serbs or other issues that arise as part of the EU-led dialogue. So, and this is, I mean, Kosovo is a typical and important case study to understand why peace building without peacemaking is prone to fail, and how that sort of, rearranging of order of things is crucial. And so the entire story is about incomplete peace deals with lack of enforcement, and that kind of has laid the foundations of a conflict culture, if you can say. A conflict culture is when parties in conflict are comfortable with this status quo, with this sort of, ambiguous situation, and they are unwilling to change that attitude. So that's why whoever in Kosovo is pro-peace, or in Serbia who is pro-peace, is labeled as traitor and prone to losing elections or being sort of very much exposed to intra-group problems. So it is this problem of having not made up the mind at the international level that has really sort of, created the conditions for intra-ethnic conflicts. Recently, I've been looking at the archives of UN and memoirs of all stakeholders during the Kofi Annan period, as well as Ban Ki-moon, and it's just amazing to see how revealing the whole story is, and how simply this could have been resolved in 1999 if the international community would agree that they would sort of recognize Kosovo as an independent state, and then set the conditions for a peace settlement with Serbia at a time when Milosevic was sort of weak, and when there was a window until Koštunica came to power, and Serbia is basically revived its ambitions. So that window was missed. The window to set the record straight and put things in the right order was after the NATO intervention, and not allow this sort of, multi-layered emissions and presence and interventions to lead to this sort of situation where we are now. So that's kind of, where I see the problem, and we have multiple layers of obstacles which have gathered, accumulated, and cluttered the peace efforts. So that's kind of the negative, maybe, or kind of, more skeptical view. But that said, Kosovo is also a success story. I have recently looked and studied comparatively peace building efforts elsewhere, and it is rare to find a case study that has sort of recovered so quickly, that has really sort of regenerated socially, economically, and politically as Kosovo has. Kosovo has taken unilateral actions to accommodate minority rights and their needs. There is some issues with the implementation as a matter of goodwill or other sort of blockages, but certainly there is something to be proud of what has been built in Kosovo and some of the sort of the foundations that are laid out, regardless of this ambiguity and messiness, should not be underestimated. And certainly we have a durable peace in Kosovo, and I think in a way we have to leave Kosovo alone and respect and support its journey to joining the EU and NATO. And through that process, similar like Slovenia or Croatia, Kosovo can be a successful story and doesn't have to be sort of this permanent Balkanized sort of region where there's always the need to do something about them. Otherwise, there's going to be a conflict there, which I think it's taking out of proportion.
Thank
I'll
you
leave it
so
here
much,
for now.
Shanti. Thank you. I have one more question, but I feel like there's about 23 minutes left, so it might be a good time to engage with the audience and see if you have any questions. So please, do we have?
Can I just respond to
Yes, please.
So just to be clear, I didn't say it was a violent conflict, but it is in conflict, just like and fragile that many countries are, even in the West now. I also want to say one of the things I'll tell you from the inside why they didn't rush to do independence during that time. You're absolutely right. It was a punishment to Milosevic. And I happened to be in the SRSG's office when Milosevic fell. And it was like, oh no, what's going to happen to Kosovo, right? Because that was our big point, to be sticking it to Milosevic. But at the same time, there was also another issue that really that we discussed at the highest levels. It was also the way the Serbs were treated right after the conflict, and people felt like in the international community they didn't want to reward that. And how could you reward that? So I will say that was one of the biggest issues that was also discussed at the time. Just from inside those halls, I can tell you that. It has been successful in some ways. It's very small, and a lot of money has been poured into it. The international community, it's not that they didn't know what they wanted, they kind of knew what they wanted, but things have changed. So it's been very adaptive. It was to stick it to Milosevic. Then it was, okay, how do we keep the peace here? So there's been this adaptive approach, and then a lot of like, well, do we care about the Balkans? Yes, we do care about the Balkans, right? It also depends on what government is there and what people are willing to do. So it's important to remember that the international community also isn't one, it's not a monolith. And even within that, governments will change. So it's just really important to keep that in mind as well.
Thank you. So questions, please.
Hi, thank you so much. This was really great. So my name's Catherine. I don't know who was here last, but I work in international development, and I have a few comments and a few questions, so I'll try to keep it short. But I'm really curious, a bit of your take on the current political situation in Kosovo. So I work with Kosovo Civil Society working on these issues right now, and I was last in Kosovo in September, and it seems like things are getting worse. People from different ethnic groups aren't even willing to meet up most of the time because of the climate of fear that exists currently. So it would be really interesting to hear a bit about what is going on now in Kosovo. I also wanted to mention I really enjoy this panel, but it would also be great maybe in the future if there is a Kosovo Serb present as well to give their perspectives about things because they've very interesting looks about what is going on and very concerning as well. So just want to mention that too. And I also wanted to ask, I'm sorry, so many questions. It was mentioned before, like there's a lot of talk about in the Balkans, we talk a lot about the past. And sometimes there have been so many gatherings, dialogues, whatever, to talk about the past and to deal with the past. And have we talked about the past too much when it comes to Kosovo? And how do we reconcile even the past to move forward? Is that even a thing that should happen? So thank you.
You want me to take this one?
So that
or-
is good questions, but that is good. Should be here, Kosovo Serbs, absolutely yes. And I think it's a good idea for maybe the future. But you been in Kosovo, so you know what's going on there. And I go like 5-6 times a year. And I can tell you from my perspective, no bias, but really being inside and understanding a little bit situation. The most biggest victim in this moment of time, if you want to know now, it's a Serbian from Kosovo. Victim itself, because of the government of Serbia, they manipulate their own way should act, the way should believe, do they embrace economically, everything. They keep as in a cage. Unfortunately, I wish was a different government in Serbia that will encourage them not just to go to an election, because election is not just democracy, so called, and you elect somebody that you choose. But that is not election for the Serbs itself. This is dictating you who you have to be elected. And that is not democracy. Unfortunately, we cannot intervene because it's that the fate they had in their own hand. What we should think, and what I think, tell you one thing, what the government of Kurti did, I'm not politically supporting, no political kind of wings and stuff. At least in silence, he have to deal, to talk with Serbian minorities because they feel threat by other Serbs. So there is no publicity, there is no advertisement, there is no Instagram, there is no Facebook that you can go and chat and look at this. But there is going underground lots of conversation because the same Serbs are threatened by other people. Don't forget, we had this terrorist act in the north of Kosovo. From who was made this? By Radojcic. We have to talk about that. And who was Radojcic? He's the guy who 20 years controlled all the Serbian in north. And now he's out, but still he's controlling like with remote control. And where he is now, he's free in Serbia instead of facing the justice in Kosovo. So how can you reconcile the peace when the criminals are there? I'm not talking about in a war, I'm talking the peace. So this is just to give you some difficulty, complexity that Serbian minority passing through today. I wish it was different. I'm willing to see the different. I hope we can help to be different. But again, we should be really careful when we say this because it's not fair, because they live in misery, but political misery, economical misery, because they get brainwashed by the Serbia. And that is the true fact.
Can I ask a question? Just to both of you, you can't control what happens in Serbia, but from in Kosovo, what could the Kosovo government do more to make Serbs feel more safe so that they would? I mean, obviously they get more money in their pension from Serbia and healthcare, but what more could be done to reconcile with Serbs and so that you could look at some sort of autonomy and you could deal with that but for cause, not Serbia, Kosovo.
From my point of view, Serbia, Belgrade should stop interfering in Kosovo affairs. But how can you have minorities who is part of reality who are not alienated by the Serbian government? Even European community, United States say the Serbian government interfere in election of Kosovo. And how can you embrace them? Let's stop them talking, Serbia. Let Kosovo do his job. He will do good because somehow Serbs, the Serbs who remain now, who is now today, definitely will find a way to embrace them. But Serbia have to stop. This is all about. I think this is rhetoric using still again nationalism. But talking about the myths, talking about 18th, 15th century, 13th century, manipulating the history and stuff, they have to stop. We talk about the future. And then the Serbs who are paying the real price, the real Serbs inside to Kosovo. The Serbian government, from my point of view, had to stop. No compromise for that, at least from European Committee of United States policy, at least from my point of view. That had to stop, and then Kosovo with Serbs and Albanians should talk together to get together, because definitely because in Constitution, just maybe there is 10 seats in parliament is guaranteed for the Serb minorities. You know what does mean 10 seats? Even nobody vote, they have guaranteed in 10 seats. And the 10 seats can determine so much. 20 years, what these seats who had the Serbian minority did for their own community? Nothing. This is the question. Because it's you elect them, brainwashed, and then they do nothing for them people. So I'm sorry, this is my personal point of view. So, and I can tell you honest, because I want to make them to embrace, but unfortunately you cannot force them. And you have to find a way. But how the way? These guys have to stop there.
Jazim, what would you like to add to that?
Yeah, so I suppose thanks, Catherine, for those two questions and points. And you're right about this sort of hostile kind of environment and climate among civil society and their anxiety. And I've done some research in a year or two ago, and where I've looked at sort of the sustainability of infrastructure for peace in Kosovo, sort of how resilient are all the donor investment in NGO networks and peace organizations. And it came down to the sort of clear realization that sort of despite a lot of sort of money that Liz was talking about earlier, an investment in Kosovo, there is no sustainable infrastructure for peace in Kosovo, which is civil society driven, sustainable, and sort of resist pressure from politicians or international community. And partially the problem is donor dependency. They are chronically dependent on donors. And I mean, to be frank, I mean, USAID and European Union have been great in supporting civil society development and democracy, but they've set the agenda, more or less, and they've sort of controlled who gets the money. And unfortunately, as once this money goes away, and it's with USAID now being suspended, we're noticing that all of that sort of heritage and sort of investment in Kosovo is likely to disappear. So and that's sad, because that shouldn't be the case. The case should be some sort of sustainable structures that would work together to resist these sort of shocks and serve as an early warning for politicians. And we've had over and time and again, whenever there has been an ethnic incident, including the one in Banska in September last year, where then civil society collapses. The sort of interethnic networks resume and go back to their core, to their ethnicity, and they're afraid to speak out and condemn one or the other action, to the point that now civil society in the north has been very politicized and serving the Serbian government agenda, which has really lost the credibility and trust among Albanian civil society organizations as something that that is really negative trend. And then with regard to the question of sort of what can Kosovo government do, I think Kosovo government can show stronger goodwill and gesture by initiating, establishing an international commission to review all legislation on minority rights in Kosovo as a practical suggestion, whereby they would involve some sort of esteemed foreign personalities or experts to see how can Kosovo enhance and improve the implementation of minority rights sort of infrastructure, legislation, mechanism to implement that, including language, participation, and so on and so forth, and then come out with an action plan with recommendations that would be dealt as part of Kosovo's government sort of framework. And I think that would kind of really bring forth an independent assessment of how are minorities treated in Kosovo, because a lot of that is actually in the domain of sort of semi-truth or partially truth or sort of fake news. And I'm not underestimating that there are incidents and sort of instances of ethnic exclusion and discrimination, but a systematic, comprehensive review of Kosovo legislation, governmental efforts would be an important step to reassess what is working and what needs to improve.
Thank you so much for those answers. I think we have a question over here. Any other questions? Okay, so over here.
Yes, thank you. My name is Joseph Dunn. I'm a research professor in GW, but I've spent most of my career as a practitioner in the European Parliament, which allowed me actually to visit Pristina in 2003. I visited with the President of the European Parliament, and we had meetings with President Rugova and others. It was a very turbulent time, as very frequently. But I'm also Irish, and I've been hesitant to engage because I have not really worked or studied the Kosovo problem. But as an Irish person, I certainly feel this is very familiar territory. So I wanted to ask Professor Visoka a question, since he's based in Ireland, as to has since particularly as he mentioned that he had moved to more comparative approaches and internationalization, has he looked at the situation in Northern Ireland and possible lessons, particularly since at base the Northern Irish problem is an ethnic problem. People are confused because the labeling is in the sort of religious war framework, but at basis it's a conflict between two ethnic groups. So and it's one where, in fact, peace was partly facilitated by changing the framework. So I noticed with your talk about Serbia, I think some of the answer must be changing the framing of the problem, and whatever the Kosovo government might or might not do, Serbia also has to move at some stage. And I'm thinking there of the socialization that happened, that the European Union actually allowed the Irish and British governments to socialize the problem, and in fact was provided the frame, the new frame, which allowed for a resolution. Of course, the problem is not solved, but we did make significant advances. Sorry for being so long-winded.
Yeah.
My question was really, have you looked at Northern Ireland?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Great to hear from you. So I suppose sort of there are three areas where Northern Ireland, and there have been a lot of comparative research, by the way, and also at the civil society and policy exchanges. So Northern Ireland is often a useful case study to sort of see how power sharing has worked in practice, how education in divided sort of communities could be pursued, and also sort of learn from the creative and innovative civil society initiatives that are taken there. So I suppose Kosovo could benefit or from learning the Northern Ireland sort of experience. Is first one is on power sharing. Sort of Serb community for about 20 years now, they have given up on really pursuing their politics through institutional means in Kosovo. Since sort of Povratak or the return, that there was a coalition of Serbs in the parliament, they have really not used those seats in the parliament to deliberate, to discuss, to defend, to sort of present the interest of Serbs within Kosovo legal system. And in Northern Ireland, you see that sort of the struggle is political, institutional, and regardless of blockages and sort of contentions, at least there is some sort of conversation and dialogue within institutional framework. We've had stagnation and blocked institutional sort of governmental information for a while, but in Kosovo we haven't never seen power sharing really seeing how it works in practice. So that's one area that sort of Serbs in Kosovo have missed the opportunity to learn from Northern Ireland experience. Second one is education, and as we speak now, there are actually efforts to try to sort of present or kind of try the model of Northern Ireland, sort of shared education schools and shared education curricula in the north as an effort to see if the same could be applied in Kosovo. We had Prime Minister of Kosovo, Kurti, in Dublin last February, and he visited my university, and as part of a sort of high-level talk there, he revealed for him the biggest challenge for ethnic peace building in Kosovo is establishing an integrated education system in Kosovo. Every other challenge might be dealt and resolved short term, but the long-term one is education. Because that without an integrated education, it's very hard. And I believe Kosovo is looking to Ireland to sort of trial some models. And the third one is local NGOs in the north. Civil society in Northern Ireland is very much organic, community-driven, sort of caring about sort of the problems in community. Even though they benefit a lot from the EU peace funds or other sort of supplements that they get from UK, Ireland, and other sort of charities, they don't have the same dependency or chronic dependency as Kosovo civil society have with international funds. And that's something that is different in two cases. And I think Northern Ireland sort of social capital and investment and work of a civil society is more impactful than that those in Kosovo. And it's interesting to kind of compare to see how both of them are more sort of dependent on a different sort of basis of constituency and how they sort of advance their mission. And I think Northern Ireland one are more successful and resilient and sustainable compared to Kosovo ones.
Thank you so much. And those are really it's really important to compare with success stories like Northern Ireland to see if Kosovo and Serbia in the long term can come together and build peace. You think about other historical examples like France and Germany. They fought 3 wars up to the Second World War together, major wars, and yet today we can't imagine them going to war because they built positive peace. They built that reconciliation. They built the institutions. So can we learn from those kinds of examples at the international level, but at the local level, even at the micro level? One example that comes to mind is the Mitrovica's Rock School. We've talked about this example of these musicians in the city of Mitrovica who are both Serbian and Albanian, just playing rock music together, and how that builds community and that brings people together. And if you have 1,000 of those across the country, then maybe people start seeing each other just as as members of the same people, same country again. We have only a couple minutes left. Maybe we can have some concluding remarks by our panelists, and then we will end it there.
Well, first, it was really interesting, the question in regard to Northern Ireland, who I think it's, but I wanted to say this. I believe that every conflict, it's a production of their own mentality and culture. You cannot have one British with mentality and culture and one Irish, civilized and cultured, with one Serb and one Albanian close by. There's total different mentality. Because we are different, not because we are more better or more worse. It's just like we are unique. Like if you go to the North Africa, if you go to Asia, you cannot think that to implement something like Israel and Palestine, that are so unique in the context of the mentality, time and space, not just geography. So you have to invent new way of doing the things, unfortunately. And we have to be inventive, we have to be creative. And this is exactly where creativity can take part of it in politics. But definitely it should not be reflected. It should be exampled, but definitely we should be invented to something really unique to us. Because we are really special, with good and bad. It's blood and honey, Balkan. It's cool. I don't know if you know, it's made by Turkish, like name Balkan, It's blood and honey. So we love the people, but at the same time we hate the people. So unfortunately, like this is. And it's gone with history and history. So that, do not underestimate that. Let's not take for the granted the beauty of art, at least trying to negotiate to create the peace and stuff. But you have to deal two people to tango. You can't just tango by yourself. And if other person don't want to tango, don't want to dance, how can you force her to dance or him to dance? Impossible. Thank you.
So just really quickly, and I think you raised a good point because the sustainability of Kosovo, and I should have said that was also part of the discussions we were having late at night in the UN and at the State Department is, can Kosovo sustain itself without a significant amount of money being poured into it? That was also focused in on the independence issue. So I think that's the question, right? And I think you just talked about GISM. If money keeps stopping, what is going to happen there? And I think that's a really important question as well. But I'll just go back to what I said. And I think the Northern Ireland is such an important point. Um, although you had more of a, and I don't want to say 50-50, but it was closer, right? I know Catholics now in Northern Ireland are going to overtake, but the population was not as skewed in terms of percentage wise. So I think that's what makes Kosovo, especially with those three northern municipalities, so much harder. At the end of the day, the international community can do a lot in terms of programs, development programs, livelihood programs, reconciliation programs, youth programming, dialogue. You can do all of that, but until that but-for cause is resolved, that's been going on since 1999, 2000. There is going to be this low-level conflict that happens where you see, violence break out, and that's really what has to happen. And both sides are not going to get what they want. Pressure that the international community can do with regard to EU membership. I know that's been on the table. Both Serbia and Kosovo has seen Croatia and other countries join the EU. So that's the carrot, right? That's kind of what the international community has. So what is it going to take to get, to deal with this sort of but-for cause problem? And how do you build trust? Because and it's not going to happen. We're seeing it even in our own country, right here. We're seeing, and I hate to say Democrats, Republicans, but whatever. I don't even know what anybody is anymore here. But you're seeing them live apart, watch different media, watch, not join things together, right? And so that's what has to happen in order to build trust. So the more you see people still segregated, you have a population that isn't behind it. And at the same time, the international community, as global violent conflict breaks through all these records, it only has so much attention span and so much money. And we're seeing that here with funds getting cut off. So I don't have the answer. I don't. I just know a lot of what, is driving this conflict and how, to move it forward, it has to be shaken out of this frozenness. And I will say, one of the times we have seen this happen, if you're looking at other places like the Casamance or something like that, it's usually like women and youth, right? Or like, we're done. And, so maybe women and youth should get a chance at leading. And maybe that would be the answer. I'll leave it at that.
That's a really good thought to leave this with. So I think this panel is out of time now. So on behalf of everyone here, thank you for all the panelists who joined us today. A round of applause. Thank you all. Thank you. And we're also at the end of our conference. This is our final panel. I just want to thank a few people. I wanted to thank Rosia and Debony, who've really brought this all together. So thank you so much. Debony and Rosia in the back. They organized all the logistics and the food and so on. So thank you so much. And also to Dr. Yetta, who really was spearheading this whole conference. So thank you very much, Yetta. Great. Well, these have been some great discussions. Thank you all for your participation, and we'll keep the conversations going. Thank you, everyone.
I'm Michaela. I'm at the Consortium for the Study of Terrorism at the University of Maryland.
Oh, okay.
But I'm a Kosovo research specialist.
Yeah.
And no, it's okay. The situation is hard to approach, right? But anyway, I'm just interested in general career path. I was wondering if you would be at all willing to maybe talk about this. And also, I was about to say, yes.
I'm sorry, your name is?
Michaela. Garis, yeah.
My sister.
Oh, how's it spelled?
She's really Michelle.
Okay. But yeah, I know right now those are absolutely, and I really appreciate when about recognizing them, and like, and the humility that you brought up of